Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting. We are going to deal today with an overview by the Department of Robben Island Museum. The agenda has been flighted. Is there any member who can propose that we proceed with the agenda as it is, and also the briefings pertaining to rejuvenation as well as governance matters? This includes the ferry and Drakenstein Correctional Centre. Honorable Mutambi.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to all our guests. I hereby so move that we adopt the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Is there a seconder?
Good morning, Chair. I support the seconder. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that Honorable Nkosi? With that said, the agenda is then approved, and for this particular meeting, may I ask the professional staff members, the Portfolio Committee Secretary, whether there's any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, all in the platform. Chair, we do have an apology from Deputy Minister. She's indicated that she was in India with the women's cricket and she's traveling back to the country. And we have an apology from Mr. Daniels, who has personal matters that he's dealing with. Chairperson, the Minister is in the meeting, but he's indicated that he's requesting to be released at 10 to join the Select Committee meeting that starts at 10. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Is there any other apologies from any other member who would like to apologize on behalf of any other member?
Sorry, Chair, can I just say something to the Minister?
I can't hear. Who's that?
The Minister, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you, Minister. Please proceed.
I'm saying the Select Committee has just asked me to introduce the item and then I can be released back. It will not be more than 10 minutes at 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Chair.
Oh, thank you so much, Minister. I see you have a very, very busy program, as well as later on pertaining to the Freedom Park. Honorable members, good morning. Good morning, Minister, and everyone present, colleagues and partners. It is indeed for us a great honor and a responsibility to welcome you to this very important briefing by the Robben Island Museum. And today, honorable members, we gather not only to reflect on the legacy of one of South Africa's most iconic heritage sites, but also to chart a bold and inclusive path forward. And one of the honors that we are having here is also that it's pertaining to investing in the future. And at the heart of this briefing today is a 150 million rejuvenation project. Also, this is a transformative investment aimed at persevering the integrity of Robben Island while enhancing its accessibility. Also is sustainability and educational impact that it may have on South Africa at large and the world as well. At the heart of this briefing, honorable members, this initiative is more than bricks and filling. It is a commitment to memory, to justice, and also to continued relevance of our shared history that we have in this particular place. The rejuvenation will address critical infrastructure upgrades, conservation of heritage assets, and development of immense, future perspective that we have in this particular case. Governance remains central to this endeavor, and we are committed to transparency, we are committed to accountability, and also ethical stewardship of these public resources. The Robben Island Museum has undertaken a rigorous review of its governance structures, ensuring that oversight mechanisms are strengthened, procurement processes are fair and compliant, and that the community voices are meaningful, integrated into a decision-making process. We are proud to report on the progress aligning in our governance with national standards and international best practices. Transport and accessibility are key pillars of this rejuvenation, and we would like to hear from Robben Island also on the status of the ferry. As part of this, we also say that we are investing in a fleet of maintenance, scheduling efficiency and passenger safety. Our goal is to ensure that every visitor, whether a school child from Kailicha, Alabama, or a tourism from abroad, experiences a seamless and dignified journey to this sacred site. Finally, honorable members, our attention will also be to the Drakenstein Correctional Centre, formerly Victor Verster Prison. And I also don't want to, again, communicate my experience pertaining to the place where Nelson Mandela spent the final years of his incarceration. So what I would like also to hear is the status of that house, whether it is now open for visitors to visit. As part of our broader heritage and integration strategy, we're exploring collaborative programming and interpretive linkages between Robben Island and Drakenstein. Honorable members, these two sites, though geographically apart, but spiritually and historically undertwined together, they tell us a story of resilience, a story of reconciliation, and a story of a long walk to freedom. Honorable members, I also have to emphasize that pertaining to governance, as the Portfolio Committee, we received numerous issues pertaining to governance, and we would like that we also use, Minister, sound part of this meeting to deal with this governance issue pertaining to, court outcomes, problems that we have. We are receiving numerous of these problems pertaining to NSA, the State Theatre, NAC, Artscape, and even the Robben Island Museum. So it is important for us also, perhaps, honorable members, further on to consider having unions also called in with these particular issues, because sometimes when we have these kind of meetings, after we leave, we have been told, or there's complaints forthcoming saying that the department has not told the truth, or this entity or that entity did not tell the truth. So we have to find a way, how best are we going to deal this? I'm going to give over to the minister, and following the minister's opening remarks, we will then give an opportunity to the department to lead us in their presentation. Thank you so much. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. With your permission, I'm 10 minutes away from my destination. I was certainly, I thought the meeting starts at 9:30. If the department can go, because there's a lot of noise.
Chairperson. Sorry to interject, the minister. I think the speakers is using, it's not audible, it's only the echo that we're hearing, we can't properly hear him. Maybe if he can please fix his connection issues.
Yes, Minister, it's a bit difficult to hear you properly. I'm not too sure whether it's the speaker that it's on, but please try again, Minister.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better, but not that much.
Sure. Please give me 10 minutes, then I can go on. Let me get to my destination. I was rushing for 9:30, and the time was changed. So I will speak in 10 minutes. I will speak with the department spoken first. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the department, Sports, Arts and Culture.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Minister, and colleagues in the department. Sibusiso Tsanyane speaking. Maybe I may just show my video and then switch it off. Thank you,
You may
Chair.
proceed.
Yes, I will just take the committee through the overview presentation on Robben Island. Just to indicate, Chair, that the information that we have is the standard overview that we do as a department. And once Robben Island present, there may be information that could have been submitted yesterday, which is an update of what is happening. So they will touch more on the recent information. But if we can proceed to the next slide, Mr. Alibipi, that slide number 3, which is on mandate. Thank you very much. This is just a slide on the mandate, Chair, which indicates that Robben Island is an entity of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, which was established in 1997.
My apologies to interrupt. Just a second for me. Can we just check with REM? I only at this point of time see that the chairperson is present in this meeting. I just want to check with the chairperson before you proceed whether the whole council is in this meeting. If yes, it's fine. If
yes,
not, please
Chairperson, I want to say that the majority of council members are present. There's a few who have other work commitments or are overseas, not on Robben Island work at all. So 3 of them are so affected, but the majority of us are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. For the record, can we just, indicate who are those being absent for the record?
It's Councillor Vuguza, Councillor Kiva, and Councillor Adams-Kruger.
Thank you so much, Professor. Please proceed, Department Sports, Arts and Culture. My apologies again.
Thank you, Chair. I was still on the slide of a mandate that the Robben Island was declared under the Cultural Institutions Act 119 of 1998. It is responsible for managing, maintaining, developing and marketing Robben Island as a National Heritage and World Heritage Site in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act as well of 1999 and the National World Heritage Act of 1999. It was also declared as a Marine Protected Area in 2019 in terms of the Environmental Management Protected Area Act. And I think I must say, Chair, that there's quite a number of legislation as it has been indicated before that Robben Island has to comply to. So these are not exhaustive. We just put the primary ones for Robben Island as declared as a museum. In the next slide, Chair, we are looking at the performance of Robben Island over the past 3 financial years, starting from 2021, 22 up until 23-24. And maybe I will indicate that in terms of ending the year 23-24 is because the 24-25 we still had outstanding issues there, but this is the performance as it stands. The last performance was at 78% achievement and 22% not achieved. In terms of the audit outcomes in the next slide, Robben Island has been audit outcomes. Maybe let's do finances first. Sorry for that, members. And in terms of financial allocations, this is just an indication of the amounts of the allocations that have been given to the Robben Island. In 25-26, we see that was 93 million. And in terms of the infrastructure grant, if we see 0 there, it doesn't mean that there was no, because there was still money that was remaining at Robben Island. Hence, the allocation was not made during the 25-26 financial year. But going forward, there is an allocation that has been made in the outer 2 financial years, and the total for 26-27 is 103,776, and 27-28 it is 108,469. In terms of the audit outcomes, which is the next slide, in Robben Island in the 24-25, as indicated, Chair, that was still pending at the time of submission of the information, since the Auditor General was still busy with the auditing of Robben Island. Because of certain challenges, the audit was not completed on time, which then affected the submission of the financial statements and the annual report by the Robben Island. But Robben Island will further explain or maybe give information in terms of the progress thereof. But in the previous financial year, which is 23-24, not the recent previous, but 23-24, they had received an unqualified report, which is a clean report. A clean audit. 22-23 was unqualified with findings. In terms of the composition of council, the council is appointed in terms of Act 119 of 1998, which is the Cultural Institutions Act, which stipulates that the minister shall appoint a council consisting of not fewer than 7 members, which are appointed in the prescribed manner. And as per the requirement of the Act, the council is appointed by the minister, and principles of transparency and representativity are applied. In terms of that, the department then undergoes a normal process where adverts are published in the newspapers, and in this case we used the 2 national newspapers, which is the Sowetan and the Sunday Times, and we also publicized widely in the departmental website as well as the entity website. We also do use social media platforms to advertise for the nomination of the prospective members. And the nomination period for this current board ran from 12 March to April 2025, and there were 141 nominations received, and which then shortlisting was made by the shortlisting panel, as per the next slide, which was an internal panel. 15 candidates were then interviewed, and Minister then appointed 8 members to serve as the council members of the Robben Island Museum starting from 1 July 2025. It will run for a period of 3 years until 30 June 2028. There was an induction conducted with an induction session with the newly appointed council members in order to familiarize them with their governance roles, legislative responsibility, and the institution mandate. So this is done to ensure that by the time they start to do their work, they are well equipped in executing their duties. This is an ongoing process whereby if there is a need, council members are continuously engaged as well. In terms of the composition of the board, these are the names, Chair. I'm not going to read through them, but these are the names of members of council as appointed by the minister under the chairpersonship of Prof. Sats Cooper. In terms of the oversight activities, these are just statistics in terms of the attendance, number of council members, the attendance of meetings as well, the rate, the committee meetings, management meetings, and as well as staff meetings. And you would see that, Chair, that since we did not have audited statements for the 24-25 financial year, we ended with the year 23-24. The next slide also deals with the department's governance engagement. This is in relation to all the entities, but just to indicate that Robben Island also is part of the governance engagements that are done by the department with the public entities. We have sector fora that we have, which is the Heritage Sector Forum. Robben Island as a heritage institution participates in that forum. We have the CEO Forum forum, which is a forum of CEOs, which is chaired by the DG, and that has been attended as well. The Chairpersons Forum is where the Minister meets with the chairpersons of all the public entities which reports to the department. And then finally we have the CFO Forum, which consists of all the CFOs of public entities chaired by the CFO of the department. So these governance meetings have been attended as well by the institution. In terms of the next slide, it deals with the composition of staff. This is the information at the time of submission. We had a total staff complement of 272, and we divide them according to gender and as well as race. And these are the numbers as reflected on the screen on how the staff of Robben Island is categorized. Finally, Chair, on that one, it's then the composition of executive management. As you would see, currently, we have an acting person as a CEO who is there by secondment of the department, and then we have a chief financial officer. There are two acting roles, which is the chief marketing officer and the chief heritage officer, and then we have a permanent appointment in the area of the chief operations officer. The next slide, where we highlight the challenges, although not exhaustive in this slide, Chair, it's the main challenge that the institution experienced, as well as the department, was the delay in the finalization of the annual financial statements and subsequent submission of the annual report as indicated before. And this was due to internal leadership and capacity challenges within Robben Island Museum. I think members would recall that the position of the CEO became sort of like vacant, in a sense that the CEO was placed on a paid leave pending the conclusion of the process. There was an investigation that was done, and currently there are ongoing negotiations between the institution and the CEO, and I think that will also be reported further in terms of update by the Robben Island. But also there was a challenge in terms of the chief financial officer, who was at the time before the audit started was suspended, and then compounding the issue was also the resignation of key finance managers who were reporting to the CFO. So this development then created a significant gap in financial oversight and coordination, which then resulted in delays in the preparation, review, and finalization of the annual financial statements. So this late submission of the AFS to the Auditor General delayed the commencement and completion of the audit by the Auditor General, and then it affected the time of submission of the annual report. So in terms of the intervention as a department, because of these challenges, then there was a secondment made in terms of the interim CEO to ensure that the leadership there is stabilized and there is oversight during this transition period. The department also met with the council to address governance and financial management challenges, and there was a strong recommendation that a CFO must be appointed on a temporary basis so that we restore financial management capacity and to expedite the finalization of the annual financial statement. So this appointment, the appointment of a finance manager was also recommended to strengthen the operational support and ensure continuity in financial reporting. So these are the interventions that are continuously monitored by the department, and we believe and have witnessed that there is an improvement through these interventions challenges which have been made at the Robben Island. So, Chair, as I've said that this would not be exhaustive because, as Chair has indicated before, there would be other challenges that are received by the committee, which comes from general staff, and at times we find that those would not come to us. But as and when the committee receives them, we do receive them as well. So other challenges, the Robben Island will be speaking on them, including the subject matter at hand in terms of the rejuvenation or revitalization of the Robben Island. So with that, Chair, I would like to pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Molotani, is there a hand?
Yes, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, Chair, and members. Good morning to everyone who's on the platform. Chairperson, something has just disturbed me, and I think I will not get out of this meeting without saying it. We all know that the meeting is supposed to be held today. We have been given an agenda well in advance, but it can't be right that the DSEC officials, he is addressing us sitting in a car, Chairperson. It can't be right, Chair. Are we taken for a ride, or are we taken serious as the portfolio committee members? It can't be right. The agenda has been sent long time ago. He was supposed to prepare and sit in a proper venue, not in the car, Chairperson. What if it happens that he loses the network? What was going to happen? Can Chairperson Department take us serious? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Molotani. I'm not sure whether the department has a response to that. We have been fortunate, Honorable Molotani, not to have been disturbed by network issues, but the meeting is virtual. There are no prescription as to where members should be in the office. I'm sitting in the dining room. Some people are, as we speak, in their rooms, sleeping rooms. Others are in cars. I am not aware of a particular ruling or a definitive when it comes to where the people are sitting. But with that said, if there's any response from the honorable member, from the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture. But while you have addressed us, I see the minister is back. I am not too sure whether we will then give the minister an opportunity, also perhaps give an opportunity to either it must be the minister or the department or Robben Island Museum that must take us through simultaneously in advance as far as the leadership challenges that may have occurred at Robben Island. Also the issues pertaining to the annual financial statements, the delay in that, the delay in the annual financial reports, as well as the suspension of the chief financial officer as well. And if there are negotiations, I think also, Minister, the committee is eager to know what that content of negotiations between the CFO is contained, and we would like to know what are the set-offs or deals pertaining to that negotiations with the CEO. I'm going to give the opportunity to the Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. I think, firstly, I would speak, Chair, through your permission, when I've heard the whole presentation by the members to answer all the questions that you've just asked, which are very pertinent questions, and I would like the members to answer. I will speak at a later stage when the Honourable Chair gives me another opportunity, but I have to answer the issue of Honorable Muletsani. Firstly, Honorable Muletsani, I think there was a big miscommunication in our office. We were informed that the meeting starts at 9:30. I was only informed a few minutes ago that it has changed to 9 a.m. And I was also on my way here. But I agree with you, Honorable Muletsani. I think it's just common decency when you address the portfolio committee to not do it from a car, particularly when, so I think the member fell to the same message I got that the meeting starts at 9:30. I want to apologize for that, but I can assure you, I'm also agreeing with you that we cannot be addressing the portfolio committee unless it is really a dire situation where we were not aware. So my apologies on behalf of DSEC, but I do think that the honourable member had the same problem I had. I'm here now. Before 9:30, I was already in the office. Thank you so much, and my apologies.
Honorable Maletsani, is that a legacy hand?
Chairperson, it's not a legacy hand, it's a new hand. I just want to say to the minister, yes, I do understand you apologize on behalf of the officials, but when you check the time of 9 o'clock, it's already an office time where he's supposed to be in the office, unless chair at the department, they don't come to work as early as everyone else, because 9 o'clock, they're supposed to be in the office. So I don't understand the reason for the DSEC to address us in the car. But anyway, it's fine, Chairperson. I hope it will never happen again in future, because we need to be taken serious as the members of Parliament. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Maletsani. I agree to an extent where we do have some audio challenges when this is happening. But I just want to come back to the time. Members must know that this is Parliament. And a lot of things are changing by the day, by the hour, by the minute. So changes happen. We receive links, and if you receive a link, the link has a time with a specific time on it when it comes to the time of these kind of meetings. There are also final notices with an agenda sending out pertaining to our time schedule. So it is important for us to have a look at this on a continuous basis in order for us to make sure that we start on time and be at an appropriate place on that particular time. Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I should think I need to appreciate the Minister for bringing back the decorum of the proceedings. And I should think we must move with his apology. He also safe to say in future, as you are saying, Chair, the duty of the parliamentary liaison officer is to keep in constant communication with the secretary of the committee, so that whenever there are changes, we don't find ourselves in this situation. But I'm glad that the minister here addressed it and he understands the principle to say we need to respect the decorum of the House. And then he has apologized. Let's accept that with the view that it's not going to happen again in the future. You can't attend a meeting in a car. You are sitting in a dining room chair and you've made sure that there's proper space. You are there, you are alone, you are in the dining room. You can see we're in the meeting. But if somebody then is showing us a video of him seated in the car, it's either he's traveling and his focus might be divided. That's the issue that Honorable Muletsani was raising. But I'm glad that the minister has addressed it and will accept it as it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity to have opening remarks, and perhaps if you would want to touch on the issues that I have mentioned pertaining to leadership, the negotiations with the CFO, the late statements, financial statements, as well as also the suspending of the CFO and other related governance issue, so that the committee may be on par as to what has transpired. Following the minister, I will then give an opportunity to RIM to make their presentation. The minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, with your permission, may I also make my remarks after RIM has presented, just to also comment on some of the issues, with your permission.
Thank you. Professor Cooper.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to acknowledge the remarks you very well crafted at the introduction to this meeting, because it actually is this Parliament's acknowledgement of the iconic and World Heritage status of Robben Island. Having said that, let me acknowledge and plead mea culpa. I am in Lagos, but I got the link early this morning, and I'm here and will be fully available for this meeting. It's not Robben Island business that is being conducted, it's something else. I think we meet today, Honourable Chair, Minister, members, DSEC, and fellow councillors, on a historic date. It's 528 years ago that Vasco da Gama set foot on our shores, and we know the consequences of that. We also know that the recorded history of Robben Island is 2,410 years old, with the Phoenicians' artifact being located on Robben Island 2,410 years dated that period. With all that has been said thus far, I want to identify with the spirit in which you open this meeting, Chairperson, about resilience, reconstruction, and importantly, reimagining Robben Island. Because the epochs through which we went through, the southern tip of Africa is part of the story, not only of our country, but of Africa. The pre-colonial period, the struggles against colonization, and the World War II period, which was essentially a European war, because our countries, the majority of the countries in the world, were colonized at that point. And then the advent of apartheid, that crime against humanity. Now, we know Robben Island most famously for our founding president, Nelson Mandela, and it is to the credit of the current administration, and particularly led by the minister, that the statues that were unveiled show that distinct history, from Auchimato, who was the first person to be banished there by Van Riebeeck, then Krotoa, whose death was commemorated the year before last, on Robben Island and various other parts of Cape Town, and then Madiba, then Sobukwe, who was the only person to have a statute or a regulation under the Criminal Procedures Act called the Sobukwe Clause, and was isolated on Robben Island for 6 years. And finally, the 76 uprisings represented by the late Khotso Siatlolo. So Robben Island has begun that embracing of all of the history of our country and through those different epochs. The major problem, and I can say this because I've served under 3 ministers, and the current is the minister who came in last year. And the problem that Robben Island faces is multifold. One, it's a contested terrain, politically and otherwise. And 2, there's a very passionate ownership by various persons who feel associated with Robben Island, and particularly during the apartheid era. Having said that, we should acknowledge that the department, our executive authority department that you are overseeing, has consistently stayed the course with Robben Island through thick and thin, even though the other responsible departments dropped the ball. These two other main departments are the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Portfolio Committee has it on record, the scathing remarks they have made against the department. And it's only during the proroguing of Parliament that a property company was appointed, despite two successive ministers saying they would not appoint a total facilities management provider and let Robben Island manage that money. Hence, we're talking here today about some of the money coming via the department, our executive authority department, than the holder and owner of public property and facilities in the country. That having been said, the third department, which holds the UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment. And they also have not consistently come to the party. Hopefully, under this seventh administration, they will. There are 32 pieces of legislation directly impacting Robben Island. There's very few other entities that are confronted with that. The situation with leadership. When I came to Robben Island in my first term in August 2022, I found the structure and management that was appointed. The committees that I found were 9, Chairperson. So effectively, you had a committee for particular areas or answering a particular executive's mandate. In a sense, diminishing the centrality of the accounting officer, the CEO. We now, in this current board or council, have 4, including the statutory audit committee. We have a core business that covers heritage and knowledge. We have FinCom and HR, and we have support services. Now, that has crystallized Robben Island in a more efficient entity. We know that there are multiple complaints that get sent out, and I'll deal with them, Chairperson. But it's worrying when certain people and anonymously make claims about so-and-so did not tell the truth. Although in your remarks you said the department did not tell the truth. Now here, I'm going to bear it all, save for that which may have legal implications. And let's deal with that straight away. There were complaints against the CEO, which are common cause. The National School of Governance was engaged to find out from staff, from other role players, what the situation is. And that report, once we have concluded mutual severance with the CEO, will be made available to you, Chairperson, so that it's on the public record. Because it is already contested. And let me deal with the CFO, because we found the CEO there. The CFO was appointed during the last council's term. And during the interim appointment, a basic check was not done. And that was the minimum qualification of CASA. During that period, an advert was put out, again announcing the minimum requirement, and he was successful in being appointed. When we became aware as Robben Island earlier this year that he did not possess that minimum qualification, he was put on precautionary suspension, asked to respond, which he didn't, went through a disciplinary, was found guilty not only of that, but of other egregious issues, which account for part of the delay in the conclusion of the last financial statements, which the department has already reported on. I should advise, when you mention court matters, this matter went to court on an urgent basis in the Cape High Court and was thrown out with costs. It's unusual for our courts to find against employees, chairperson. Went on appeal, was dismissed again with costs. We were threatened with going to the CCMA, but he was already dismissed. Threatened going to the CCMA, ended up on an urgent basis in the Labour Court and settled with us that he will pay the costs. So we have a successful outcome from a bad experience. You can imagine how we are very careful now on the appointments process and all the matters leading to the successful contracting or appointment of any of those persons. Currently, we have concluded a shortlisting for the CFO, and within the next fortnight, there will be interviews of those shortlisted persons, and we'll take it from there. We, as the council, own our appointees. We own our historic appointees as well. But we need to say that when Robben Island was declared a National Heritage Site in 1997, it tended to mimic the department or government. You know, DG, DDG, Chief Director, Director, etc., etc., etc. Now, the big difference with Robben Island is it is a site of memory. It is partly a museum that needs to be realized. It is also one of the iconic places that people all over the world have as their bucket list because of Madiba's incarceration. So all of that said, Chairperson, we're pleased to say that currently in this administration, there is realization that Robben Island actually, if run appropriately, not as a for-profit entity, but run on principles that ensure fairness and access and transparency and equity in all that we do, we would not need money from the department. Robben Island, I've said it here, is a money printing machine and needs to be thought of as that. Also, Chairperson, be aware that companies and individuals and entities have been pressing government to take over this iconic site. And that the staff is aware of. And thankfully, government and council believes that we can do a turnaround of Robben Island if we run appropriately. A major issue has been what is operational versus what is oversight, and we're now streamlining those
Professor
processes, Chairperson.
Just a second, I see a hand of Honorable Khabo. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to your good self and members on the platform. Chair, I'm trying to locate the presenter in line with the presentation that we have been given as a committee. Firstly, I would like to check if all of these things that the chair is speaking of, are they part of the report? And secondly, if they are part of the report, which slide are they on? Because I'm trying to locate on the report that has been presented to us. My apologies in advance in an event that I've not really captured it correctly. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo, did you join late?
Sorry, Chairperson?
Did you join the meeting late?
No.
Oh, because what the prof is actually doing is on my request. I have requested that the issues pertaining to leadership challenges, the financial statements, the negotiations with the C.
I understand. I understand. I heard you correctly.
I have requested that they must deal with that, and I take it for granted that the presentation is still coming.
No, Chairperson, I don't dispute that. I understand you have been following the meeting. I've even heard the minister when he said that he'll make his ministerial input after the presentation of the entity. I've been following the meeting. Because of the importance and the severity of issues that the chair is dealing with, my understanding that it is issues that they should have been accommodated or be reflecting on the report. That's why my question is, all of these things, as much as you had raised them aside the report, are they reflected on the report that we are going to deal with? That was where I was going, Chairperson. That's why I was asking whether is it all these things that he's speaking of. Are they
Honorable Khabo, we have received a report. That report is forthcoming. What I have communicated when I started this meeting is the issues that this committee received, and also the outcry thereafter meetings of this nature, that it's either the department or an entity or the committee that is to be blamed. I also put forward for consideration in future to have the necessary role players happy. So far, I am happy with what the Prof has elaborated on pertaining to leadership, pertaining to the CEO, pertaining to the CFO, and pertaining to also the annual financial statements. I'm going to request Honorable Khabo that Professor Cooper proceed, and then we will have an opportunity then for the department to proceed with their presentation, which is in possession of all the members, if that is in order.
It's fine, Chairperson. Clearly, we don't understand each other here, as it has always been the case. But let's allow the presentation to take place. We'll then take it from that point. Thank you.
Please proceed, Professor Cooper.
There is only one other point, Chairperson, honourable members, and that is the transport and accessibility. As the committee is well aware, it's been in the public domain from 2018. There have been problems with the procurement of boats, and that was resolved by a determination test, and the previous qualified audit was resolved satisfactorily with the AG and with National Treasury. We won't deal with that here because it's been in the news and everywhere else. Safe to say, Robben Island is not in the ferry business. The minister agrees, government agrees, and we are already preparing a call for logistics suppliers to tell us about land, sea, air, and other arrangements to enable people to get to Robben Island in a more efficient manner than us having to be in the ferry business, which then dominates our forefront and our back end as Robben Island because of inclement weather conditions and because of testiness in terms of boat availability and so on. To that end, Chairperson, rest assured that there will be a report by the end of this financial year, this year, that will outline some of those areas that we are engaging in to improve logistics for Robben Island. If we were a museum on the foreshore, we would not have that problem. But because we have the island itself, we have that problem, and we are dealing with it. We're fully aware of the difficulties associated with it, but I also want to give the assurance that Robben Island Museum has taken the resolution, as you know, to enable children under 12 to come to Robben Island without payment, and the details, again, will be provided by the end of this year on how that will happen, particularly during school holiday periods. So the accessibility issues are being resolved right now. I'm not going to take more time, Chairperson. I'm going to ask the interim CEO, and we want to thank the Minister and the Department for seconding Mr. Mohuera there, who has a specialty, who's the Chief Director actually in the Department of Infrastructure, so that the primary questions raised by yourself, Chairperson, and the committee of what's the refurbishment, what's the state of play with the amounts of money spent can be accounted for. And that presentation has been with members, and Mr. Mohuera will present that with your permission, Chairperson. And
thank you so much.
We can answer any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mr. Mohuera.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister and to honorable members, as well as the colleagues and councillors from the entity. No, thank you very much, Chair. I am first going to request the Secretariat to give the sharing rights so that we just go straight to the presentation.
I think you are part of the admin. You may do so from your side.
Okay.
Unless we can do it from our side, Chabu.
Chair, we've given Mr. Mohuera sharing rights, Chair.
I've noted.
Thank you.
Chairperson, whilst we still uploading the presentation, I noted that thank you very much. I noted that the item as captured in the agenda also includes the Drakenstein facility. I think it's only proper that one should indicate, Chair, that although of course the expectation may be justifiable that it may have been placed under the management and the domain of REM. It is not, Chairperson. It is with the Isigo museums. And having noted that, Chair, of course, one tried to make an effort to have a sense at a high level of what could be the status of that specific project. And I got to learn that, Chair, the last time, and that information, of course, I got it from the colleagues from DSEC who are also playing an oversight in that specific project, that the last update was that the actual works were still underway and the facility is not yet completed and open for use by the public. And I'm saying that because that's what Chair had emphasized in terms of the accessibility to the public. Chair, I just need to ascertain that does the presentation show up? Hello?
Yes, it does.
Oh, thank you very much. No, thank you very much, Chair. This presentation, Chair, as the subtitle indicates, that it will be dealing with the rejuvenation project and specifically on the island. We will primarily be focusing on the infrastructure work that has been happening over time and to give the progress in that regard, but also to reflect on some of the projects that have been completed. Chair, also to indicate that the presentation, the very first presentation was sent about 2 weeks ago. And so much, Chair, because we are taking an accelerated method of implementation to ensure that by the time we get to the financial year, we should have achieved at least practical completion, if not final completion at all. I'm saying that, Chair, because within that period of 2 weeks, there has been a significant progress, and the situation on the ground has also changed. And subsequent to that, we then felt that rather than still continuing to stick to the Old Testament of what has been shared with the honorable members, let's at least have a courtesy of sharing this presentation and explain. And we have, of course, shared this presentation as well with the Secretariat, but the projects, of course, are still the same. It's just that the update in terms of the progress, as well as the layout, would have been tempered with a little bit to make it easier for consumption. Chair, I will jump the slides of the objectives and the background, and then immediately, Chair, proceed to the projects. I will start, Chair, with the projects that we have just recently undertaken and completed. The first of those, Chair, being the project of the statues. And we indicate there in terms of the purpose as to why we did the work that we did. And the emphasis is basically around the honoring and the preservation of the historic contribution of individuals who had participated in the resistance during the different epochs of oppression. And I think Prof has somehow gave a very description of that. What does each statue, or what epoch does each statue represent? In terms of the project description, Chair, you can see that we have, of course, constructed 6 statues together with the plinths, which are actually which also have the inscripted plates, with each plate giving a high-level summary of an individual for which we have built the statue. And then in terms of the project status, Chairperson, we confirm that indeed we have achieved the final completion, but continually, because of the type of the material and the environment we find ourselves in, Chair, we consistently have to ensure that these statues are actually maintained. Otherwise, their own color becomes compromised. And the statues, Chair, were unveiled during the occasion of the reunion of the ex-political prisoners here in Robben Island, which was held in September 2025, and they were unveiled by the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Minister Gayton McKenzie. Chair, the other project that we have completed, which have, of course, not only provided content in terms of the prisoners who were kept, political prisoners who were kept in Robben Island, but also improved on the aesthetics of the very same wall that greets us when we enter Robben Island. It is the project of the memorial wall. Surely, Chair, also it was intended to ensure memorialization, preservation, and promotion of the names of all Robben Island ex-political prisoners from the 17th to the 20th century. And also, Chair, this project is consistent with the spirit and the letter of the Constitution, particularly as it relates to a part of our preamble that speaks about honoring those who suffered for justice and freedom in the land. The description of the project, Chair, it was the production of the nameplates for all the political prisoners who were here, and the number indicated in that regard was 2,700. The plates, Chair, shows the names, the years of incarceration, Chair, as well as their prison numbers. And the picture shows there at the bottom what was there before, and following that unveiling of the wall, what is the situation as is now. And that project also was completed. Chair, the other project implemented by Robben Island. It's that of the establishment of the Mandela Museum on the island. Yes, indeed, Chair, there is a Nelson Mandela Museum in the Eastern Cape. Of course, that is responsible also to ensure preservation and promotion of the legacy of the icon. But the indication, Chair, and the appreciation generally is that which has been accommodated and there's no any further space. It's not all about the late Tata Nelson Mandela. There are so many collections, so many artifacts that are still available but do not have a space for exhibition. And it is in that context that the minister had then given a directive that a facility of this nature should also be established on the museum, knowing the association with the name together with the land itself. And one of the facilities that previously used as a school, chairperson, and has now been was identified, and it has been refurbished. And all the structural elements and the refurbishment elements that were required have been attended to. Parallel to that process, Chair, was also a process of an engagement together with the Robben Island Museum itself to avail those specific collections and artifacts that they are not able to exhibit. And they have availed more than 2,000 of such collections to Robben Island. They are already with us, and the intention, Chair, is to ensure that we put that during the course of the month. The process of exhibition or putting those exhibitions is underway. But from an infrastructure point of view, the project was primarily to deal with the interior and exterior refurbishment of that former school, but also to repurpose it to what I've just indicated as a museum. The aspect of the infrastructure work has been completed, Chair, in terms of the refurbishment, and the planned completion date for the installation of those exhibitions, Chair, is the 15th of November, and we are confident that we'll be able to achieve this objective precisely because of we're not in the process of bringing them. They are already here. It is just the whole issue of the curator and everything to advise on how they should be positioned. And the next one, Chairperson, is the refurbishment and the construction of sports facilities. Chair, you would see there in the top row of the pictures that there are sports facilities which are in a very deteriorated and unusable state, which is also a confirmation that the island used to have sports facilities. And because there was somehow a sore to an eye, but also depriving the existing community in that village of the island an opportunity to also then participate in sports or even recreational facilities. The decision was then taken by the department, also as directed by the minister, that we need to then transform these specific spaces from both functional as well as the aesthetics point of view, but also consistent with the principle, because there are people settling there, and a principle and a policy position of government of integrated sustainable human settlement. Further than that, Chair, we as an entity annually host learners on different seasons of the year to run their programs and all that. And the recent event that we had was from the 3rd to the 11th of September. So development of these facilities then expanded on our offerings in terms of the clients who are coming to use our facilities. And the very last row of these pictures, Chair, do confirm what is actually indicated here. Included to their program and became also programs of sport and recreation, and these facilities were used accordingly. Then in terms of the projects, Chairperson, that are still underway, first of those being the restoration of the heli-stops or the helipads. The island, Chair, has about 4 helipads. But unfortunately, much as they've been underutilization, but the unfortunate thing, Chair, it's the condition. The condition were not appropriate condition, and as well as their aesthetic aspect was not a good side at all. And they then become part of the priority projects, primarily because, Chair, there are people who actually travel to the island through the helicopters, but over and above that, as and when dignitaries are visiting the country and operate on very tight schedule, they shouldn't always be subjected to the schedules of our own ferries, or sometimes the conditions of our climate, which sometimes do not allow for the ferries to move from the mainland to the island. And you find that the dignitaries do not have any other opportunity except specific day. So that is why these heli-stops are actually very important. And we have already appointed a contractor, and the contractor is on site, Chair, and they are quite moving with speed, but we had advised that the main helipad should be a priority to ensure that we complete it first, as opposed to taking an approach of wanting to work.
Dr. Magwera?
Yes, sir.
Just a second for me. Members had the opportunity to peruse this presentation. If you can move to page 18, where you deal with all the finalities of this whole presentation. And we have also, I think, yesterday received a late presentation. I'm not too sure what has developed between, the one we received and the one we have received yesterday. If there's major disparities, also perhaps included into your summary and conclusion. You may proceed.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. With the previous version, an example being the one that I've just indicated, Chair, we were only at the contracting stage at the time, and work had not necessarily begun. I think the only thing that may have happened was the establishment of a site. In terms of one of the other facilities that we are targeting to convert as a guest house, there was absolutely no work done at all. But when you look at the progress today, Chairperson, is quite significant. Yes, of course, we have not started to incur expenditure, but the progress is quite significant. Likewise, Chair, with the issue of the guest house, yes, the progress was already reported. But likewise with the issue of the establishment of the modular coffee shop, which was still underway, and I can report today that, Chair, that today as an entity will be finalizing in terms of the process of appointment of a service provider that needs to come and establish that specific thing. So those are some of the major changes, Chairperson, that have occurred over time. But also, Chair, to indicate in terms of the issue of the connectivity, which is very, very important. Because when you are at the island, connectivity is a problem, and it does not only affect the administrative operations of the island, it also affects our security, because some of the cameras that are installed to ensure that we do protect the island against the potential poachers and so on, their reliable operation depends heavily on the reliable connectivity. So we have just indicated that the terms of reference have been developed in that regard, and moving forward, the Chair will then first start with an appointment of a person who will do a proper assessment of all our buildings, and subsequently the actual person who will do the installation. Chair, we have those that are at the conceptual phase who will pass, which is the golf course. Chairperson would know that the island used to have a 9 hole golf course, which the island, of course, intend to revitalize as part of the offerings that we would need to offer to our target market. And we hope that it will attract people who will spend a lot of money here on the island. The other issue, Chair, is of the restaurant, which we used to have as well here. It's one of the offerings that we would want to avail to the market. And with the golf course as well as the restaurant, Chairperson, the intention is to not necessarily use REM's own budget, but to take a method of a triple P or any other procurement method that will enable somebody to come and actually revitalize these specific facilities and operate them. And there will be some form of an arrangement between that person operating these facilities as well as REM in terms of the financial gains towards REM. But REM has no intentions of spending any monies on these ones, Chair. Chair, the slide 19, it speaks to the budgets, of course, that have been spent in terms of those specific projects that have been completed. And Chair, you would see that in terms of Madiba on the island, it was done through a service provider appointed by BROL, which is a total facility management service provider. It was appointed rather by Public Works, sorry about that, because we would know, Chair, that DPWI do have a responsibility, of course, to undertake these TFM functions on the island. And then the projects that are underway, Chair, those are the budgets as reflected. I've touched on them. Number 2, you would see, Chair, that it's a cluster of projects, but it is not a single contract. They have been divided, Chair, into 3 contracts, but cumulatively they amount to that specific amount. I touched on the issue of connectivity meant for finalization, of course, of the terms of reference. I've touched on the issue of the modular coffee shop, and you would see, Chair, that the budget is 0 because we've got no intentions. Now, Chairperson, quick one. We first then indicate that as it is, the total facility management contract I spoke about of a service provider appointed by REM, it is by DPWI, sorry, it is in excess of 140 million. And it is a 3-year contract to do exactly the things that Public Works is mandated to do in terms of ensuring maintenance and facility management of our facilities to avoid their deterioration. And we indicate, Chair, that part of the reason as to why some of the projects over time have become capital projects, no longer maintenance project. And once they become capital projects, they then become the responsibility of both DSEC as well as Robben Island. They get to that state because of the neglect of maintenance from the side of our counterparts. It's one point that we felt that we must emphasize in this specific committee. An example of such, Chair, it's the solar panels. There has been back and forth between us and Public Works, whether it's now a TFM or it's now a capital project. But the problem about this specific one, Chair, is that whilst there are those back and forth between us, every single month, REM spend almost 900 million, from what I'm told, per month to burn diesel for the purpose of ensuring a reliable energy supply. And it's a huge cost to the thing. But if these panels were properly maintained, they would have not arrived at the state where they are today.
Sorry, Chair. The Minister?
Minister?
Sorry, Chair, to just barge in again. I just want to hear the amount that REM is spending per month for... I missed that.
900,000
oh, you said 900 million.
Oh, no, sorry. Sorry about that. It's 900,000.
900,000, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. No. So that's basically the situation as far as that is concerned. The issue of implications as far as that is concerned, Chair. And then part of the projects also, Chairperson, that over time became a capital project It's an issue of the desalination plant, which is of course meant to convert the seawater into potable and usable water for the people on the island. Yes, of course, we do have a desalination plant that is operating, which has somehow been refurbished. But the actual recommendation, Chair, that came from the consultant was the construction of a new one as opposed to the refurbishment. And they could not even guarantee that for how long will this one be in use. At any given point, anything could happen, and should that happen, in itself would mean that we would not have water on the island. We'll just have to rely on the borehole and also now transporting water from the mainland to the island. Further than that, Chairperson, of course, in terms of the water issues, it's the whole issue of the reticulation, because at some point the argument was raised to say, yes, you build a new plant. After building a new plant, the existing reticulation, which is asbestos pipes, will not be able to stand the pressure. And from now and then, you are going to have to deal with the problem of the leakages, which in itself, Chair, means that the total overhaul of the entire water reticulation may be required. And if we're not burning diesel, perhaps this is where we could somehow be taking the money to ensure that we reticulate and then we build the plant accordingly. Chair, in terms of our recommendation, of course, it's an issue of the consideration of the report, the noting of the progress on infrastructure projects, but also the challenges that have been just indicated in relation to implementation of the total facility management on the island. They are here, but also moving at the snail pace. But now what we're also requesting, Chairperson, is perhaps at some point for the committee to convene DPWI, DSEC, and REM, so that we are all present and we seem not to be speaking ill of people in their absence, to discuss the state of the facilities on the island, but also to ascertain what is the scope of the services of TFMC, because many of the things, Chair, would have to happen after we have fought with them, and to see what is it that could be done to ensure that we restore the island and its infrastructure to the state that it's supposed to be. Thank you, Chair, and I think this was the last part.
Thank you, Mr. Makhura. Is there any other presentation?
No, Chair, this was actually
looking to the agenda and to bring justice to the committee pertaining to Paulsmoor. Nothing has been mentioned about Paulsmoor. Is there anything that anyone would like to mention on Paulsmoor when you look at our agenda?
Paulsmoor or
Victor Verster or Paulsmoor? Victor Verster or Paulsmoor?
Victor Verster, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. No, Chair, I've actually made an indication that the Victor Verster, it's not a facility placed under the management of Robben Island Museum. It is under IZICO. It's IZICO that has been working on it. However, we try to make an effort as RIM to establish exactly what is the status in terms of that specific facility. An indication is that there is still some works that are underway. It has not as yet been open.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think that information is enough as long as we know that it does not fall under you. So the Secretary of the Portfolio must just take notice about that. Honourable members, what I would suggest or do now is to give an opportunity for members to ask those questions, to start that debate with RIM, and then I will then give opportunity for both the department and the museum to respond to those questions. Simultaneously, then I will also give them an opportunity at the end to the Minister. I only see one hand so far, and that is Honourable Mutambi. Honourable Mutambi, followed by Honourable Molatsani, followed by Honourable Potgieter. Please take note of that numbers. I don't want to lose the screen.
Chairperson.
Who's that?
Magat.
Please proceed.
Honorable Makhato.
Please proceed. Honorable Makhato, there's something comes up on my gadget. Your organization require your device to restart. I don't know what is this all about.
Yes, I was trying to raise my hand, but it doesn't.
Okay, so, noted.
Yes. I'll be number 4. Can I start, Chair?
You can start, Honorable Mutambi. I think the chair has got technical problems.
Okay. Thank you so much, Acting Chair Mutetwa. On the lighter note, you will be coming. Okay. And I think we need to appreciate you, Prof, the chairperson, for the honest articulation of the issues that affect our national the museum. I think you have raised all the challenges. It's up to this committee to then see how do we take them forward. To start with that, Chair, I also think that I will propose that the issue of the Drakenstein, Victor Fester, the Correctional Centre, it's a matter that I think we need to quickly, as the committee, lift it up and call the Izigo Museum to come and account to that effect, especially when there were issues of governance that were raised particularly. So, Chair, I need to put on something here to say, I should think all of us, we must just appreciate the good work that is happening in the island. I'll raise this with the following issues. I last visited the island in December 2023. And then when I came back with a very heavy heart, chairperson, because I could see everything there was just going down the drain. In a sense, the museum dilapidating. And then I was very much worried, Chair, I must say that up front. And then yesterday, ourselves as a study group, we took a posture that we are going to do a site visit because we are all here in Cape Town. We are going to do a site visit to go and check how is the island, because we have seen the presentation.
Honorable members, my humble apologies. Am I audible?
No, you are back. I'm continuing.
Am I audible?
In your absence,
yes, thank you so much. I don't know what happened, and it's for all those reasons, Honorable Molotsana. I also wanted to go to the office today. I rather prefer doing that. But with that said, I think, Honorable Mutambi, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak.
Don't worry, nature doesn't allow a vacuum. Honorable Muteta had already taken over. I was already on the platform.
Please proceed.
Yes, I'm on the platform, Chair. So I was trying to say, Chair, ourselves as the ANC study group, upon receiving the presentation last weekend, we decided to board the ferry yesterday as the study group and went to Robben Island. The intention was us to see what is written on the paper vis-a-vis what we could see, to also see the progress as to whether indeed there's progress. And then before you came in, I also gave you a background of my last visit to the island in 2023, wherein I came back with a very heavy heart. But I must confess, Chair and members, that we went there yesterday, and then we looked around to see the observations. There are things that we picked up, but I think, Minister, you must be commended for the work that you are doing to restore that national heritage, the heritage site that we have, our pride, where our liberation, former liberation stalwart fought for. We have gone around then, but as and when we're doing that, there are also certain observations that we picked up, and I want to talk to them in line with the presentation. You see, as you enter the island, that reception area, remember, most of the people who are going there, for those of you who have been there, when you get into those ferries, you find that there are fewer South Africans. It's international guests that come. And then you are judged, when you enter a home, you always judge by the entrance when you enter what is happening. So, and then upon query, because when we were there, I don't know how these officials noticed us. And then I think maybe some of them know us while we were at the checking in point. Then luckily enough, then they noticed us, and then I think they picked up what we wanted to do. So some of them, when were there, they came. Then when I asked with regard to the entrance, I was told that most of the issues is as per the presentation on the infrastructure issues that Public Works is supposed to do. Because when you enter, then there are things that makes you, and it's infrastructure-wise, and then you are always judged by that. I should thank Minister on that one. You need to seriously intervene and talk to your Public Works counterpart. And I think I will agree with the recommendation that meeting with the Department of Public Works and the Minister needs to happen. Remember, we're supposed to have a meeting in relation to the Sarah Batman. I think the meeting that we're going to have, Chairperson, it must include the Robben Island Museum, so that all the infrastructure challenges must be addressed. What struck me, Minister, the issue of the 900,000 per month to pump in diesel in this time and age, because that solar system, of course, it's outdated, it's no longer working, but you can realize the cost of 900,000 per month. It's almost $1 million per month. Then you calculate it per year. It's almost 12 million that they are spending on only to pump diesel to make sure that there's power. And then had there been an improved infrastructure program, and then when in solar is put in, I think this will go a long way. And I should think at some point, Minister, you need to find money and make sure that there's allocation to that effect, because it's a village on its own. And then it can't be that it takes such a huge loss. The other thing that I picked up, Chair, on the road towards the quarry, where we've seen a lot of seagull birds there, the issue around the cleaning of the facility. I don't know if it's based on the personnel utilization or what, but I should think there can be short-term jobs that can be created, because we are also found now that it is a World Heritage Site. UNESCO is very interested. I think sometimes we've got a responsibility to make sure that we keep the place very clean. It was not that welcoming, Chair. I was very worried about that. So at least out of that, even if it's a short-term contract, maybe they find money within their operation and maintenance budget, and then they hire people they could at the same time to create jobs so that the area looks clean and neat. The other issue that I picked up, Chair, we have been given the timelines in terms of what is going to be completed within what period. And I think the CEO, the chairperson of the board, and the minister must always note that, more so that we are based here in Cape Town, and it's easy just to take a ferry back to Robben Island. We'll be monitoring those deadlines to make sure that this work that is said is going to be completed by the 15th of November. It's not us who's putting that target for you, Mr. CEO, it's yourself. And then you need to make sure that you then comply with that. The other issue that worried me a lot, Chair, it was the issue around I think I need an update on it, about that there is a manager there that is a foreign national. I'm not xenophobic. But I'm trying to say that now, as we have a lot of these poaching reported incidents for abalone in that part of the island, I'm trying to say such a huge responsibility. There were no local manager who could have been employed. And then also the issue that we need to also be told that I don't see in the report is the issue around the security aspect of it, including the role of the SA Navy in particular, to say how are they collaborating with the Navy to make sure that that island remain a safe place, safety net, wherein it's not crowded, because also there as you travel, you see a lot of ships standing there. And you don't know what is the activities that is happening, and because the island is on the other side, you might find that there are illegal activities that are taking place there. So I want to also understand what is their security plan, what are they doing to keep things that also people don't use it as a criminal hub, a criminal net. But I think in all the other issue is with regard to the restaurant, where in the presentation you have put there's a zero budget, but you want to complete it by 2026. I don't understand what is it all about. Maybe CEO, you can tell us how are you going to fund that project, because I think the issue of the restaurant is another thing that will also attract tourists, because when people travel with that nice sea breeze, the view that is there, they would like to get a facility where they can sit, meet and dine and then relax. I think that's one of the projects that if then you put a zero budget, I'm worried about that, to say how are you going to deal with that. Minister, there's another issue in the past that we made Robben Island very popular. You remember couples will go there to conduct weddings, and people will love to get married in Robben Island. I want to understand what caused the stoppage of that. What is the issues around that? Because, and I've looked at that church infrastructure again, it's also dilapidated, it's not being taken care of. Are there plans to refurbish that? What made Robben Island to take a decision to stop when people want to celebrate love there? Because it was another way of the income generating aspect. Who stopped it, and what was the issue of them stopping it? So I just want to get clarity on all these matters, Chair. And thanks for the opportunity. Thanks, colleague.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mutambi. Before I'm going to ask the next member to proceed, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the members who have participated, as the Honorable Mutambi have said, to visit the World Heritage Site. I want to say to members, well done. And it is a clear indication that our understanding of our cultural heritage, has been said by the professor as well, is highly, highly commendable. And if we were in one room today, I would have said, give that members a round of applause. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning again to the Minister, to yourself, Chairperson, members of Parliament, the DSEC staff, as well as the board members from RIM, Chair. Chairperson, let me first start by the issue that Honorable Mutambi has touched on. I was expecting that we were going to get an answer whether that foreigner whom the board mentioned in their previous meeting with the portfolio, if that a foreigner, he's still there working for the RIM or not. The reason I want to start there. I'm also, yesterday when we were at Robben Island, one thing that I've paid attention of, the work that is happening there, we commend the work. We've seen and at least I'm not going to say anything when the CEO said that in a week's time they will be done. I was there, I saw everything, but my worry, the contractor I'm not sure whether the contractor has been brought in by DSEC or by Public Works. It cannot be right that whoever who has been given a work, instead of bringing the local people to come and be general workers or work in that contract of renovating a RIM, they've brought another foreigners as the general workers who are working in that project. And Chairperson, the reason I'm so concerned about that, the issue of poaching of abalone. As we are all aware that around Robben Island is very rich in abalone. And you find that every now and then when there is an arrest regarding the abalone, that person is a foreign national. My worry is that when we allow the contractor to bring the foreign national to come and work at the island, and remember they are sleeping there, I think that they are living there after the work, I'm not sure. Are we not allowing space for those foreigners to go and search for abalone and be able to inform the outside world that at this part of the island, that's where the abalone is, and this is how the security stands? Are we not putting the island on a security risk for foreigners to come and harvest as much as they can abalone illegally? So, Chair, that's one thing that I want to raise. I was expecting that we'll get an answer regarding the issue of the foreign national. Unfortunately, we did not. Maybe after getting an answer, I will come back. To Chairperson, I just want to check. Last time when the Auditor General was presenting the report to the Portfolio Committee, he mentioned the issue that Robben Island Museum failed to submit their annual report in time. It was supposed to be submitted in March, but it was only submitted in August. And my worry is that it was late. It was late. And you have the chair of the board who is now on the second term. He was the chair of the board in the previous board that failed to submit the annual report to the AG. He's also the chair now in this new board that was appointed on the 1st of July 2025. My question, Chair, is that if the previous board failed to see that the annual report is submitted in time, and the same chairperson is the chairperson now, what is the difference that he is going to do now to ensure that the Robben Island Museum meet the requirements that the Auditor General wants, especially regarding the issue of the annual report? Number two, Chairperson, is the issue of the CEO. This CEO whom we are busy, the RIM is busy paying CEO. When are they going to finish with the case of the CEO? And what takes them so long for them to finish the case of the CEO instead of paying someone who is still at home? The other issue that is the issue of the CFO. The CFO whom when the chair of the board presented that he did not meet the required, they failed to check, the basic check was not done. How did it pass the board that they failed to do all those basic checks? And on top of that, chairperson, we still have the same chairperson of the board, and we still have those issues that transpired in the previous term. Are we not going to find ourselves being in the same situation again, chairperson? That's what I want to ask. The other issue is regarding the issue of, let me go back to the issue of the annual report that failed to reach the Auditor General office in time. I think, Chair, on that one of my recommendation will be the Robben Island Museum must go back, do a proper report who was supposed to have done that. A person who failed to submit that report in time, chairperson, must be charged. He or she must be charged. I am not going to allow the issue of that the person is not there and so forth. It means that during that time, up until when they were supposed to submit the report, there was another person who was acting on behalf of that person. Remember, when you came in, when you take the position, you take the position with whatever that is happening in that position. You are not going to say, I was not the chair of the portfolio committee was whoever, I just arrived now. So I think on that issue, Chair, I'm going to pass. The other issue that I want to raise, Chairperson, is the issue of the Chief Director Infrastructure, who is now the acting RIM CEO, Mr. Lebogang Mogoeng. Chairperson, I don't know, maybe Mr. Lebogang Mogoeng, somewhere on the CV, he's a firefighter or whatever. The reason I'm saying that it's previously he was sent to NFVF to go and act at NFVF. Then he was sent to National Arts Council to go and act at the National Arts Council. Presently, he's now at Robben Island Museum. And my only worry is that when Mr. Mogoeng is being jumped from one entity to the other and so forth, who's acting on the work that is done by Mr. Mogoeng in the department? Who's doing that? Why can't other officials from the DSEC also be brought from one entity to the other and so forth? Are we not making Mr. Mogoeng to be redundant? Or is it one way of getting rid of Mr. Mogoeng in the department to take him to these all entities? Because I don't understand, one person cannot be jumped from one entity to the other, from one entity to the other. Chairperson, how come does we do that? How come, Chairperson? I don't really get it. The other issue, Chairperson, that I want to check. Professor talked about, not Professor, Mr. Zanyani talked about the appointment of the new board that was appointed, and then the names were taken to the office of the minister, and then minister appointed people from those names that were shortlisted by the board. One thing that we've been requesting as this portfolio chairperson is the shortlisting panel. We've been requesting to be given the name of the shortlisting panel chairperson, because some of the issues that we want to raise, we need to raise those issues to the shortlisting panel. Because one of the issues that I want to raise, here we are talking about a museum, and then one of the board members is Ramichweni, who is an actor. And when you check, chairperson, Ramichweni is also in one of the boards. Let me just check my notes. Ramichweni is in one of the boards, chairperson. And my worry is that the same thing that we've been mentioning, is that it can be that it looks like we are doing what? One member is serving in this board, and then the next, when we check, he's in another board, I think it's high time that we need to know this shortlisting panel so that they can be able to come and present to us as the portfolio committee. How come that every time when the names have been forwarded to the minister, is the same names regarding the previous board? We've been requesting to get the names of the panel. I think, Chair, let today be the last time. We must get that panel, that shortlisting panel must come to the portfolio committee, Chairperson, and answer to some of our concern as the portfolio committee. Because it's been some time when we check, most of the names that are appearing on the boards is the same name. And I want to know from this panel, how come they always shortlist the same name? How come they always recommend the same names? Is there any other thing that we don't know that they can be able to tell us? Chairperson, it can't be right, Chair. I think we need to see this panel. My second recommendation, Chairperson, is that as soon as the Parliament open for the first quarter of January, we need to meet with the shortlisting panel from the DSEC so that we can be able to get answers regarding the shortlisting of board members. They are the ones who are supposed to give us a clear answer, because you find that it looks like now they have the list that they are working with, that you will be shortlisted this person from board 1 up until board 5, then we will appoint these people just like that. We are not having any problem with whoever that is appointed, but we are having the problem with the way the panel is working, that it's appoint the same people, the same different board. It can't be right, Chairperson. I think out of 1,000 then you always have that list. It can't be, Chairperson. We want to see that panel. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molotsani. Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. What's quite interesting, Chair, I'm looking at the briefing on the audit outcomes of the department that's being presented in the Center on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries. So I'd like to understand the report that was presented by the department that states that the audit outcomes are pending, if they can give clarity on that, because I'm looking at the audit outcomes. It's bizarre to me that, we're not given proper details towards that. The other issue is only the meetings are mentioned for the 2023-2024 year, but they include the 25-26 governance engagements. If we can get an idea of why that wasn't included. And then just moving to the Robben Island projects, Chair, the Auditor General has explicitly stated that there are procurement weaknesses. There's issues with contracts. There's a lack of expenditure controls. There's a failure in terms of record keeping, and particularly with regards to unreliable project financial reporting and late or corrective disclosures in terms of Robben Island. Missed deadlines, audits that haven't been done correctly, goods and services that are being paid for that are not delivered. So in light of that, the fact that there are material findings around procurement, the monitoring, irregular expenditure and incomplete financial records, can we get a full project implementation plan with corresponding expenditure reports for all the projects that were presented, the completed as well as those that are current? I don't expect a response on that now, and I don't think I'm going to get one that is satisfactory. But the team should have a project implementation plan that shows the corresponding spending, which should include the approved budget versus the actual spend per phase, the funding sources and payment schedules, and the procurement contracts and variation orders with regards to that. I think that'll give us a clearer picture of what is going on, as opposed to just giving us a line item on the budget that is spent. Then with regards to the council, and this speaks directly to the complaints that were forwarded through to the committee, about deployment of certain members to the council that have been questionable. If we can get the full CVs and appointment criteria for all of the current members of the council, including their professional qualifications, their governance experience, and the declared conflict of interest vetting and disclosure of any interest within the organization, as well as political involvement. And I don't take this lightly because it's coming up again and again on the various panels and councils and boards across this department. And the Public Service Commission has already stated that conflict of interest vetting has to be done in these instances. It's not a nice to have, it is a requirement. So if we can get the full CVs and appointment criteria, including all of those factors, then if the department can also provide a detailed report of all the public-private partnerships, whether those be ones that were actually implemented or if they've had expressions of interest or requests from the private sector that are related to any Robben Island projects, including the status of any of those engagements, the evaluation of outcomes, and any issues, disputes, or compliance concerns. I'm quite aware that there are complaints that there is an unwillingness to work with the private sector in terms of this particular heritage site, as well as the fact that there were previous partnerships that have either been discontinued or are not being, reported on accurately. So, Chair, if we can get that, responses to those three requests in writing with full details, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Nkosi.
Makhat.
Is it the Honourable
Makhat?
Okay,
yes.
My apologies. Honourable Makhat, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also thanks for the report and good morning to the Minister. I just want to respond to one or two questions. Most of them, Honorable Mutambi has covered me. But mostly I just want to say there is progress in Robben Island, and I'm very much proud about the accountability and maintenance, because I was there. I saw most of the things. So at least accountability is there and some of the maintenance. But they need to do something so that things can come clearly as early as possible. And then again on the issue of the board, I don't know what is the problem, because in each portfolio committee, we had problems with the board. I think maybe the minister can just show us the problem with this issue of the boards, and then even check everything, the qualification, everything about the boards, because it is a problem on the issue of the boards. So this issue of the boards, I think it is also covered by Molota. Sorry, the challenges and interventions are quite clear, but I think let's put our foot clear, so that we must intervene to those challenges. And then the infrastructure challenges. I think we must have the meeting with the public works, because we can see that some they are trying to do some of the things, but when coming to public works, we find that public works is slow. So I think as the portfolio committee, why can't we meet with the public works so that we can get something, so that things which are not bargain, which are not in good terms, so that we can discuss with them, so that they can be finished. So I think those are the things I wanted to talk about. And then the other thing, they said in 2023 and 2024, I think is the doctor. But we are very much happy on the unqualified clean audit. But I just want also to check the reason why now they say it is delayed. So it is pending. So maybe they can give us the answer or why now it is pending. But previously it was a clean audit. So those are the questions I wanted to ask. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Makato. The Honourable Mtetwa.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members, our staff members. Good morning, Minister and the Department. Good morning, Robben Island representatives who are here present with us. Chair, first and foremost, I want to find out where is the DG or the DGG responsible for this particular institution or the heritage, in fact. I think it is DDG Ndima, if I'm not mistaken.
Before you proceed, Honourable Mteto, before you proceed, I've also noted the absence. Is there perhaps a response, because I did not get it when I asked for apologies? The department, can we get a response there? Please unmute.
Through you, Chair. Apologies for that. Yes, the DG is not in the meeting. I think that there was an error in submitting an apology. The DG was delegated to attend on behalf of the Minister the SACO conference that is opening today, which is the South African Cultural Observatory. And then in relation to DGG responsible for heritage, he is attending the select committee. As you would be aware, Chair, that today there's a select committee as well happening. But I am here as an acting DGG responsible for entities oversight. They report under the branch that I'm currently acting in. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. So noted. So we are noting the apologies of the DDG. Honourable Mtetwa, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of, I want to ask this question to the department. In terms of transparency and representativity, what constitutes transparency according to the processes that you follow when you are appointing boards? What would be a process that you are saying it is transparent? We have done everything in our ability and our power to make the process transparent. What would that be? Can I get an answer from the acting DDG?
Please respond.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of the process that we are following, what we do is we do advertise so that everyone can be able to submit their application or get nominated if they have an interest in serving in a board. So that is one aspect of being transparent in what we are doing. There's a process that has been established where we advertise and people then can be nominated. I know that, Chair, it may be subjective at times because some of the things, the entities are not the same, because you'll find the NAC and the NFVF where it requires that members be interviewed in public. public. And whereas the other entities like the museums and the performing arts, that stage is not being carried out. But part of the process is the advertisement, so that everyone interested can be able to submit or put forward their interest or their names. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Chair. In terms of representativity, we're looking at balancing in terms of...
I'm still coming to that. I'm still dealing with the transparency issue. My question is around the process, the entire process. You've just said that you advertise for the public to participate, but the ultimate end product, the public doesn't get to participate in knowing who is the end product before that end product is confirmed by the minister. Is that part of transparency, or do you see that as not part of transparency? I'm asking this question because there's an act that deals with this, the appointment of boards, okay? And the department is very inconsistent with the processes. You have a process, for instance, of appointing the language institution board, where even Parliament gets involved in participating towards the selection of members. But with other entities, that process is non-existent. You have the minister who ends up appointing internal panel. In fact, the one that we are dealing with now, it's an internal appointed panel of the DG. If I'm not mistaken, it is the DG. It is Mr. Langeveld, if I'm calling it correctly, and a member, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know whether Mr. Charlie Silias is also involved in that. So there's that inconsistent. So I want to find out whether that part of not involving or making people, for instance, to then comment on the final names or to know who are the final members who have been selected before they are actually appointed. Is that not part of transparency?
Chair, can I come in there, the Minister?
Minister, please do.
My camera can't go on, Chair, so it's fine if I'm allowed to.
It's fine.
All right, thank you. Chair, can I also answer the two other questions that I think the other members has asked while I'm on the thing, with your permission, Chair?
I would like us to come back to that, Minister. What I'm doing currently is leaving members who decide on which process they want to follow in terms of questioning. Then we would rather come back to the last. If someone cannot respond in this particular case now, I'm giving you an opportunity to respond to Honorable Mtetwa, then he can proceed. But keep the answers for later on.
Now, I was just scared that later on when I have the press conference, we might be still ongoing. So I just thought that this were directed at me. But it's fine. Let me answer Honorable Mtetwa. Chair, there's rules I found here as a minister. There's X I found here as a minister. Now, if you're going to continuously accuse me of wrongdoing or supposed wrongdoing, at least have the courtesy to tell me which act I have breached. That is common courtesy. If you're saying, Minister, we see the same people being appointed, then tell me which act precludes them from being appointed. Number one. Number two, whether it's in the corporate world or Companies Act or government, for people to sit on more than one board, there's nothing wrong with it, unless I can be again pointed to.
Order, Chair.
I didn't.
The minister is not responding to my question, he's responding to questions that were asked by other members during my time.
Your question, Chair. I'm responding to the Honorable's question.
My question deals with the issue of transparency. I'm asking that. And for you to say that we must give you counter X, I did so previously and you became very emotional on issues. Whenever I ask questions, you talk about me accusing. So I don't know whether should I hold you accountable or not hold you accountable. If that's what you want me not to ask you questions, please say so. Because every time I ask questions, you become very emotional and end up even talking to me in an unbefitting manner. When I don't, I respect each time I ask questions. And I'm not going to take that anymore, Minister. Thanks.
Honorable members, Honorable Mtetwa, let me do the following ruling. The Minister is going on a press conference, I think 12 o'clock, on the issue of Freedom Park. I see another hand, Honorable Khabo. May I ask that we do the direct questions so that we can at least, I want to give the Minister at least half an hour from 11:25 to 11:45. I take it for granted that the Minister is already on the precinct at Freedom Park. Then the Minister can respond, then the rest of the questions will then come from what members have said. But let's give the Minister then that opportunity. If you can go, Honorable Mtetwa, for the last 5 minutes straight, direct to the questions without the interrogation style, then I'm going to give Honorable Khabo 5 minutes.
I'm sorry to interject today, but it's becoming a norm. I'm sorry to, Chairperson. I'm sorry to interject today, but it's becoming a norm all the time.
Just a second for me.
The minister questions.
Just a second for me. Who's that?
It's Honorable Mutaung.
Honorable Mutaung, can you use the system where you press a button to raise your hand so that I can recognize you? But
no, I tried, Chairperson, but at the same time, Chairperson, it seems like it's becoming a norm all the time. Whenever we have to ask the minister questions and stuff, then the minister, you only have to have 2 minutes or something, then he has to go somewhere. Are we going to go anywhere in regarding to the committee? Are we going to survive, or is there anything that we need to do in order to make sure that we have the minister's attention to us? Remember, this is not all about the minister, or it's not about Honorable Mutaung, it's not about Honorable Mteto or Honorable Khab. But when we posing questions, we want the minister and his department to be able to ask this to answer the certain questions. But we cannot have 5 minutes of minister, because at the end of the day he needs to go somewhere and run somewhere and have other engagements. So we need to be serious about this committee. That's what I'm trying to say, Chair, because of all the time this is becoming a norm for us to be able to say, okay, the minister will only have 20 minutes to address us, then from there he goes away. Then what is happening about us? Or is this committee a joke? No, we need to be serious about this thing, Chair, please.
Honorable Mataung, I've made the ruling. The Honorable Mtetwa, please proceed with your questions. I want to give Honorable Khabo an opportunity. This meeting has started, and it started with an apology that this meeting has accepted from the Minister. Myself, I don't want to get the Minister off the hook. That's why I'm in a rush for members to ask those questions, ask it frankly, crisp, so that the Minister can get an opportunity to respond. Honorable Mtetwa, proceed.
So I guess the Minister is not going to answer my question. That's fine. Let me pass. But we can't be at the Minister's mercy, Chairperson. To be honest, we can't be at Minister's mercy. We cannot. We all have other things to do. If the Minister has got so much, he must then, that department must ask for another minister to be appointed concurrently with him, who can be. Because now there's no deputy minister here, there's no minister. All the time we are faced with a situation where we don't have the minister or deputy minister. Let me further go into saying, in your presentation, department, you showed that there are 62 staff members who are colored members. I want to find out what was the number before the term of this office, of the minister's office, and how many colors have been appointed during this term of office? Is it during this year? or this 62 comes from the previous admin? It has been alleged that there are 6 members, chairperson of Patriotic Alliance, who are serving in the board of this entity. I want to find out whether it's that true or not. CEO who is still on paid leave, suspension leave. I want to find out what are the costs to the department or to the entity of having 2 CEOs that are paid concurrently salaries, and how is such catered for in terms of the budget? Was there a budget, or is it just taking from unlisted items of the budget? You speak of very careful on appointment, chairperson of the entity of RIM, very careful on appointments. What different skills do you have in the board? Because as far as I know, there are 2 people who have experience from their previous participation. You have the chairperson who has now been reappointed to the board, and His Royal Highness Kiva. And what are others? What are other skills that are there in the board, and how do you verify those skills? Have you done any skills audit so that you don't end up with people that, for instance, Ramichuene, who was part of the panel of the NFVF, which I believe she could have been an asset if she was in the board of NFVF as an actor, as somebody who has quite experience. But after having served in the panel of the NFVF and appointing some certain members, which we know that they are linked to the Patriotic Alliance, now she is in the board of Robben Island. What skills are there? I know that my other colleague has asked for the CVs. Indeed, I confirm we need those CVs to look into that. And then appointment of board. What role did Mr. Charles Silias, advisor to the minister and co-founder of Patriotic Alliance, play on the internal selection panel? Why are political appointees involved in administrative processes? What do Public Service Regulation 2016, I'm giving you the Act, Minister, Regulation 2016 and Public Administration Management Act of 2014, PAMA, say about this potential conflict of interest? Beside the chairperson of the council, Professor Sats, and I've indicated this, and Zolanum Kif, who else is there? What experience is there? Who is Miss Wilma Petra Bota? What is her connection with the current chairperson of National Arts Council, Mr. Eugene Botha? I want to know what is her relationship with Mr. Botha. Why were Professor Cooper and Dr. reappointed? I'm not going to ask that because I think Professor did explain the issue of the late submission of the financial analysis, because there was a court issue that was happening between the CFO and the entity at that time. So I suppose logically it will follow that they couldn't submit because of that. So I will not go into that.
Honorable Mtetwa, yes. I am pretty much sure you want a response from the minister. I want you to wrap up. I want you to wrap up. Unless I'm going to
inquiry.
I do. Do you know me?
Honorable Mataung, please mute. I want you to either wrap up, you can save some questions for last. I want to give Honorable Khabo a issue. In my opening remarks, I have made mention to a number of the issues that has been raised, and I would like also to give the minister an equal opportunity to respond. So you have a choice, proceed or wrap up and leave some of the questions for later. Honorable Mtetwa, proceed.
No, let me ask this last question and then leave it, because I will have to submit the rest, even though I know that we don't get responded to even when we write these questions. Who is currently occupying the position of the Chief Infrastructure Officer?
Inspector, was a huge accident.
Honorable, can someone please mute Honorable Mataung? I am giving a second warning, otherwise we will have to remove Honorable Mataung from this meeting. Please proceed, and my apologies, Honorable Mtetwa.
Who's currently occupying the position of Chief Infrastructure Officer? In the last presentation made to the committee, DSEC indicated that this position was filled by Ms. Linda Penicella, who is or was acting in this position. Maybe also just to say that it seems to be a trend. We have Mr. Tembe, who is the CEO of 3-4 orchestras within the department and also part of the board of the NFVF, if I'm not mistaken. It seems like Mokwera now has become also maybe one of the best conductors of the orchestra that is played within the department, in the dissolution of boards and reconstituting of boards and then the removal of certain employees and that. It seems like he's the main, let me not call him that, but I want to find out what is it that is special about Mr. Mokwera that he gets conveniently recommended to go and serve in other entities as a CEO and sometimes in the board. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. The Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I wanted to check with you, how much time do I have?
You can take it up until half past 11. It's 7 minutes. That is fine with you. If you want more, you can have it. You can have it. We still have till up until 1 o'clock. If you want more time, but my ruling is for the minister to give an opportunity to respond the fact that he has another engagement, unless these issues must be minuted down and sent to the minister or respond at another meeting or through communication. Please proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the time and the report. But maybe let me remind you, Chairperson, the apology of the minister was about attending the NCOP, of which the minister himself also indicated that he's only going to present an item. So I just thought I must remind you that we never adopted any apology of the minister that speaks of the minister leaving early. Just thought I must remind you, so that you don't find yourself putting us under pressure of trying to accommodate the minister on something that he never brought to the attention of this meeting. That is number one. But going straight to the issue, Chairperson, that I wanted to raise, it's in relation, let me start by firstly appreciating the presentation as it has been made. I would prefer to start, Chairperson, with, in particular, the site visit that we had conducted yesterday with members of the study group. Chairperson, there are one or two things that I wanted clarity on. Firstly, like I said, we appreciate the progress that has been registered in relation to the refurbishment of certain aspects of the island. It has been noted by previous members. I wanted to get clarity on around the amount that has been spent and in particular, firstly, to check with the CEO as to, I'm not sure, Chairperson, whether this 5 minutes, because of you are saying the minister must leave in the next 5 minutes, whether must I use this 5 minutes to direct my questions to the minister specifically or to generally deal with everything? That's what I wanted to check with you firstly before I get into issues.
Yeah, two things, Honorable Khabo. The minister has mentioned, I think, twice about the opening of Freedom Park. I have mentioned it as well. Now, safe to say it has not been approved by the committee. The second thing is that in terms of the questions for the minister, I'm requesting members, because they are eager for responses, to do that directly. The minister said he needs to introduce the report in the NCOP, and he also had to go later on. But with that said, I'm giving you the option to choose how you're going to decide on it. You may proceed, Honorable Khabo. Please unmute. Have we lost Honorable Khabo now?
It seems like we've lost Mr. Khabo, Chair.
PC Secretary, I don't want to put you on the spot pertaining to the 12 o'clock meeting of the minister. Can you give us clarity on that?
Chair, there is no apology for a 12 o'clock meeting. We only received the apology that I forwarded to you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Khabo? I saw he's back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether is it because of the video or is it because of what, but I think you saw me. Chairperson, my question earlier on was on and around the issue of the minister, whether the minister must I only raise questions that are related to the minister, others will then process them later when we'll be interacting with the entity.
Okay, let me do this following ruling. I've just assessed now, but I think it was me following media and press releases on the particular issue of the minister on Freedom Park pertaining to SAFA. I've just been informed by the portfolio secretary there was no apology from the minister for that. So I'm going to give you a full opportunity to proceed with your full complement of time for this particular meeting. The rest will then be upon the minister, who will make that decision as to whether he would like to stay on and respond or not. Please proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. With your approval, I can switch off my video because I'm not sure, I'm having some interruptions in terms of the network, if you'd allow me.
Yeah, please do. I think you have a bandwidth problem.
All right, no, thank you very much. Chairperson, thank you. Let me start by appreciating firstly the presentation as it has been done. Like I said, I can also bear testimony that indeed we had visited the island, and we appreciate the number of progress that has been registered in relation to the refurbishment that has been taking place at the island, Chairperson. But one or two things that I wanted to get clarity on, Chairperson, it's on and around, firstly, the use of the combi courts or all of these refurbishments that we have been taking place as to what would be then our maintenance plan as a way of maintaining all of this infrastructure that we have kept, including the ones that we have managed to refurbish so that we make use of them timelessly. I'm raising this because of when you look at figure 4, there's an issue of a combi court. And one of the things that I would want to get clarity, apart from the maintenance plan, is the level of accessibility and the usage of such combi courts as to who stands to benefit from such. Because at the end of the day, as much as it's a heritage site, we would not want to invest on infrastructure that would not be able to benefit the majority of the people. The second part that I wanted clarity on, Chairperson, was particularly on and around the implementation of the refurbishment. Firstly, is this project separated, meaning that does it have different contractors, or is it one contractor implementing this project? That is number one. Number two, the clarity that I would want to get is in terms of the economic spin-offs, in terms of beneficiation from our people. I'm looking at the financials here, Chair, in terms of the refurbishment. There's no way that it has been indicated in terms of how much has been spent on the local people, apart from the amounts being indicated as to how much was was set aside for such an implementation of such project, Chairperson. The second thing that I wanted to get clarity on while we are speaking of the implementation of the project, Chairperson, is a quite interest on, like Honorable Moletsani has indicated, what is the name of the project or the contractor who's in charge of this project? And like I said, I would also want to get clarity as to whether is it one contractor and is it multiple contractors. Part of the report does not indicate as to in an event like they've said that they've got 2 weeks on finalizing some of the snag lists that they need to finalize. In an event that we are encountering a delay, now that we do not know who's this contractor and what was the time frame in terms of different projects that they've indicated, how are we going to deal with the issue of consequence management? But over and above, Chairperson, everything from where I'm sitting, I'm comfortable. I think we'll be doing a follow-up visit as a way of going to assess whether certain issues that they said that they'll be completing the next 2 weeks, they've been done. Chairperson, as an area of concern, you know, we are standing next to the statues. And I think one of the statues there is not stable. If we're to encounter any strong wind, that statue is going to fall at any time. I would like to get clarity. I see you have spent 8.2 million there on the statues in terms of defects, in terms of there's always that period where a contractor is allowed to come back to site and deal with some of the defects that has been identified within a particular period. I mean, the project has just been completed now on the 26th of September 2025. It can't be now that we are encountering such. I believe that the contractor would have to be brought back if he has already left site. I would like to get clarity, like I said, Chairperson, on the 4 projects that has been completed already. Let's leave the sports trust because we know the process, obviously, even though we had raised issues. The implementation of the Untitled Island Museum Memorial Wall and the statues. Who are the contractors? Is it being done by one contractor, or what is happening there, Chairperson? Let me leave the part let me leave the part of the internal operations of RAIN in terms of the activities that are taking place. But it's my firm belief, Chairperson, yesterday we were told that the island is almost receiving almost 1,100 people on a daily basis. And if part of their plans would also infuse a place where people will be able to, I mean, there are people who want to go and spend the whole day there. Where are we going to have something to eat apart from the snack corner where others will not be comfortable with eating snacks, only they'll want to have a meal? So part of the expansion and maybe probably the rejuvenation is when they are looking into it, this thing, they must look into the aspect that more than 1,000 people are getting into the island. What is it that these people are eating when they are at the island, Chairperson? That is one area that I wanted to raise. Now let me go to the issue of governance, Chairperson. I think I'll start with the issue of finances. Can I pause there so that I get a response, Chairperson? You know, I don't prefer talking on and on like a priest. I prefer engaging. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Kabo, what I've decided, if everyone is done, then we will give an opportunity, unless you have questions just for the department, but those including questions pertaining for a response by the minister, we can perhaps give an opportunity to the department and the minister to respond. But you have the option, you may proceed, or you can keep the other questions, but I would prefer that you rather proceed. You still have time.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. While we are still there, can I just take advantage of the fact, Minister, if you remember correctly, 3 months, if not 4 months ago, I wrote a letter to you requesting information in relation to the process that you had followed in appointing different boards, including councils. And one of the responses that I received from your good selves and your office was an indication, particularly talking to the issue of Robben Island Museum. And in one of the submissions that you had indicated, Chairperson, you said that in line with the principles, I think the minister, you said that in line with the principle of transparency and representativity. Honorable Mtaitwa earlier on seeked that clarity. And before I raise my questions, I would like the minister's indulgence on his understanding of transparency. And second to that, his understanding on conflict of interest. If I can stop the Chairperson.
You want the minister to respond direct to that, or should the minister now respond to all the questions directed to him?
No, I'd prefer this one because I realize that he's about to leave. Let me ask him these two questions. What is his understanding of transparency? That's why I was giving a background in terms of me seeking clarity on the appointment boards and councils. So he keeps on saying that it's on the basis of the principles of transparency. So I wanted to get his clarity. I wanted to get his understanding of transparency and conflict of interest, because what I'm about to present is in relation to his response to the question that I've posed to him before on what process is he following on appointing these board members and council members. Thank you very much.
Okay, the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I did answer Honorable Khabo a few months ago. I said to him that I appoint boards on the basis of representativity, and I'm transparent with my appointments. So let's take the board in question to answer his two questions. Representativity is the first time in the history of that board where you have a white, where you have women, where you have coloreds, where you have blacks, where you have Indians. The first time. That is representativity. All races, for the first time, is represented on that board. So that is the first part. Transparency is what I'm doing here today. I'm answering questions. I have made the list available. You have access to the process that a minister should follow when he appoints a board. So there's no other transparency. Is there a conflict of interest for me? No, there's no conflict of interest. If anybody accuses me of having a conflict of interest, once again, let them point out where the conflict of interest is. So that's my answer to the two questions that Honorable Khabo has raised. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister. Honorable Khabo, proceed.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I would want to check with the Minister. Let me appreciate his proactivity in terms of dealing with the issue of representativity. Like he said, that is for the first time that there's such a representativity. That is appreciated. Let me go to the issue of conflict of interest. Minister, according to you, do you see appointing same people in different boards as not conflict of interest?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't see that as a conflict of interest. If you can go to the Oxford Dictionary of conflict of interest, what Honorable Khabo is saying is the furthest thing from a conflict of interest. The people has applied. I'm not going around in the township or in the suburbs and say, come join the boards. There's a process that I must follow as a minister, and I follow the process to the letter. And where Honorable Khabo might think that I might not have, if you can respectfully point out which process I've not followed. Everybody that's on this board has applied to be on this board. They have done everything that the department is required, and the ministerial powers that I have allow me to pick from the shortlist, and that's exactly what I've done. I've not deviated 1 centimeter from the prescribes that governs the appointment of a board. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Khabo, wrap up.
Chairperson, maybe before wrapping up, I'm still going to get stuck on the issue of conflict of interest. There are allegations that the minister is appointing people that he is leading with in a political party that is a president in. And those allegations are informed by the fact that the minister, by virtue of him a president of that political party, And some of these members that the minister has exercised this executive authority to appoint them in boards is informed by an extension or the fact that they enjoy or they are from the same political party. For argument's sake, it was alleged one of the members now that it was, earlier on, Honorable Mteto was speaking about Mr. Silas, whom we all know that is a co-founder of Patriotic Alliance. Last time we interacted with the panel that the minister has identified, that he has appointed apparently without any process, he had handpicked. And one of those members is a spokesperson, of which he had confirmed in this meeting that is a spokesperson of the Patriotic Alliance. Now, my question of conflict of interest is informed by the fact that is the minister saying, according to him enjoying the executive authority of appointing people, does the fact that he serves with certain individuals in the same political party, does it not influence his way of identifying suitable people who must lead in these boards? I'm asking this because of Chairperson. If you can look at the trend, if not 5 or 8 boards, if not councils, there are certain names that are cutting across. And some of these names, to a large extent, are directly linked to the minister in his position as a president in a political party. Remember, Chairperson, just a few months ago, there was a brouhaha on the country, especially on and around the appointment of SITA boards by a particular minister who was removed by the president at that time. And the argument and the public outcry at that time was that as much as these people might be qualifying, don't you believe that the political allegiance has informed your decision-making process in such a way that you became biased? That is what informs my question. For argument's sake, Chairperson, we are dealing with Robben Island Museum. The sitting chairperson was part of the previous board. And to a large extent, under the sitting chair, there were a number of fiduciary duties that were not performed according to the good governance principles. Whereby, number one, the chair himself has informed us that the CFO was not appointed according to the process. Who was supposed to oversee that process? Is it not the sitting chair? Is it not the chair or the board in totality? So my argument of conflict of interest is informed by that. That's why the minister, I would want him to clarify as much as the legal framework is vague. But in terms of process of conflict of interest, does the minister say to us that indeed, out of all of these processes that he has conducted, let me stick to the Robben Island Museum. His process of appointing the board was not informed by the political relations that he's enjoying with some of these members who are in this board. Before I get into my questions, as a way of trying to demonstrate what is it that I'm arguing here, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed, Chair? Thank you, Chairperson. May I proceed?
Please proceed, Minister.
All right. Let's start with Charles Lear, Honorable Chairperson.
Minister, before you proceed, if Honorable Khabo just allow me this, I'm going to give you an opportunity now to have a holistic response and touch in most, if not all, of the areas that members have been touched on the similar issue. Because the question of boards and panels has come up almost by every member. And then there's also a particular issue raised by Honorable Molatsani when it comes to skills and the infrastructure, with particular reference to the deployment of a particular individual, Lebuchang, who is responsible for infrastructure, who is redeployed. I think that name also is not coming up for the first time. It comes up for in various meetings of this nature. But I will then now allow you, Minister, to respond and zoom into the particular questions on the board's issue panels that has been asked by Honorable Khabo, Molatsana, and Honorable Mtetwa. Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Chair, let me start with the first one, which is the appointment, if I understood correctly, of Charles Lear, that they say is a co-founder of the Patriotic Alliance, which is absolutely 100% correct. He's a co-founder of the Patriotic Alliance, and he's my special advisor, which is a political appointment. A man that has 4 degrees, runs several businesses, who I appoint as my special advisor. I cannot be told by an ANC member, like the Honorable Khabo, who my special advisor should be. That will not happen. Number 2, the question regarding the chairperson, Professor Seth Cooper. Professor Seth Cooper has been part of the previous board. I personally headhunted Professor Cooper. I must also add he was very reluctant for reasons that I thought personally. He said to me, I don't know, should I be doing this? I want to spend time with my kids. As I went to him twice to convince him to say, Professor Cooper, please come and lead this board. I did it for 2 reasons. For continuity, 1, and also the fact that Professor Cooper is a very, very intelligent human being that understands. If a board is not performing well, you can't blame everybody on that board. Professor Cooper was part of the previous board, just as some people were part of the previous government or the previous municipalities. You can't blame everyone. Life doesn't work like that. And according to my observation, and I must also add, I had no relations with Professor Cooper prior to this. I didn't have his number. I was not friends with him. I knew him as a leader of another political party. But because I recognize the skill nationally for this country, hence I headhunted him. So I hope that explains Professor Cooper's involvement in this. Then I want to come to Lebohang Mogwera. Honorable Chairperson, Lebohang Mogwera is a person that I've never met prior to me ascending to this position of minister. My first job when I became a minister was to look at talent in the department. I didn't want to act like certain ministers that will come in and change everyone. Hence, I've not done that. I've not changed nobody in the department. And I realized that who's a talent, and he is what we call in corporate terms a turnaround strategist. That's what Lebohang Mogwera is. He's a turnaround strategist, and I must tell you, as a person that has been in the corporate world for more than 2 decades, I am still to see somebody with the skill to turn around the entity like Mr. Lebohang Mogwera. Hence, I always send him to go and turn around entities where I feel there is complex issues which he understood and understand, to go and turn that around. So also to answer the question of Honorable Khabo regarding the combi courts and the food he was talking about. Honorable Chair, when I went to Robben Island, when I became a minister, I wanted to cry. There was no connectivity, you couldn't use your cell phone. 3 trips of mine had to be postponed because of the ferry. The coffee was very bad. We were hungry, there was no food to eat. After seeing Mandela Cell, there was not much to look at. What did I do? I brought the team together and I said, we have to change the look, the feel, and make sure we enhance the visitor experience. How did we enhance the visitor experience? I said, number 1, children of today are calling Nelson Mandela a sellout. And that's a general belief amongst a lot of young people. And we are to blame for that, because we have not taught them our real struggle, our real story. We then said we are going to make it for free for children to come to Robben Island. We're going to arrange tours throughout South Africa for schools to come to Robben Island so that they can see this freedom was not free. The combi courts that you see there that Honorable Gabo is asking about, when children come there must be activities that occupies them while they spend time at Robben Island. The second issue of food, I agree with Honorable Gabo. It can be when you are hungry, there's nothing to eat. Hence, you see the restaurants and a coffee shop on top of the restaurants, two separate entities. The restaurant and the coffee shop will now hence come to Robben Island. The issue of a foreigner at Robben Island, I was not aware. And I think Honorable Muletani is correct. We cannot have a foreigner working at Robben Island unless that foreigner has, as the law requires, a special skill, a scarce skill, not special skill, a scarce skill as per the law. My job here will be after this call, after this portfolio committee, and after my press conference, I would want a report from the acting CEO to say, what? Can you tell me, does this, I don't want to hear many things. I just want to hear if the person has a scarce skill, because that's what the law says. Then Honorable Muletani further mentioned the point of contractors hiring hiring foreigners. I agree with her. It cannot be. I always try to stay out of these tender things. I don't know the contractor that has been appointed. I will now ask what type of contractor were appointed, including the workers. And those are the things that we and I want to thank Honorable Muletani, those are the things we have to guard on. And then lastly, for me, in the issue that has been raised about Honorable Gabo has also raised regarding a conflict of interest. Honorable Chair, I'm a leader of a political party. Number one, I don't bring politics into my portfolio. 600,000 people voted for the Patriotic Alliance in the last election. We got 600,000 votes. And for me, I would have been a genius. I would be considered a genius if I knew every member of the Patriotic Alliance. But on this list, I want to be clear. I do know, there is Professor Seth Cooper, which we all know is a Pan-Africanist. He's not a member of the Patriotic Alliance. Mr. Zolani Mkiva, I suspect he's a member of the African National Congress. Dr. Nolita Vukiza, I do not know her, other than the work I've seen her doing, the good work I've seen her do. Mrs. Rami, which I want to return to, she's not a member of a Patriotic Alliance. I do not know what if Ms. Camilla Arlene de Koker is a member of the Patriotic Alliance. I do know that Ms. Vilma Botha is a member of the Patriotic Alliance, and I do know that Zain is a member. Those are the two people I can confirm here are members of the Patriotic Alliance. And while I'm on that point, here's the main thing I want to say. The PA members, there's no law that says if you are a member of the Patriotic Alliance that you cannot sit on a board in the ministry of the Patriotic Alliance. There's no act, there's no law, there's only feelings of rival politicians regarding that. It's a very, I will personally go through every board in South Africa from the Western Cape right through to national. And if you're saying to me that ANC ministers don't have ANC members on that board, you are not only a liar, which I can expose with one investigation. I don't think the ANC ministers go around and tell people, you ANC, you can't sit on this board. When people have applied, they have a right to be on a board. The Patriotic Alliance members should not be, because nowhere on the form when you apply for a board do they ask you if you are a member of a certain party. So I'm glad that they're members of the Patriotic Alliance, and I do not want to discourage members of the Patriotic Alliance to not apply for work portfolios. It was spoken about colours also. I think it was Honourable Mketwa that brought up the coloured issue. Coloured people have always been denied. Coloured people have always been, they were not white enough, and then they don't become black enough. So it gives me great joy that coloured people are now taking their rightful place in the political spectrum in South Africa. And I'm part of that, and I'm proud of that, and I will never shy away from that. Coloured people with qualifications has always been told they are lesser. Now, to show you that we will not do what has been done to us as a coloured male. On this board, there's white people, there's Indian people, and the chair of this board is an Indian person that's not even part of my, I see Honorable Mutaung is laughing from NK when I speak about the plight of colored people. You can laugh all you like. You can laugh all you like, but the rise of colored people is unstoppable. And if you want to play politics, because I never brought politics here, I'll answer politically. Lastly, Honorable Chair, I want to make this very clear. Honorable Mtetwa said I was emotional. I was never emotional. He was the one that, he spoke, I let him finish. When I was speaking, he burst in and he spoke. So I was never emotional, Honorable Chair. And I must answer the questions whether I like it. I don't like most of the questions being asked here, but I have to, by law, answer the questions and not be arrogant about it. But I wasn't emotional. So if he thinks that I feel I must not be answered questions. So the point I want to make was what he has said. You know, here's the uncomfortable truth, President, Honorable Chair. The uncomfortable truth is he can't co-run this department with me. I am the minister. He says they must appoint another minister if I can't answer questions. If he wants to be a minister, he should get votes, more people to vote for him. And I'm not going to sit here and he insults me and say, yeah, you must get another minister. Then he expects me not to say nothing. That can never happen. Not today, not yesterday, not tomorrow. I'm saying if he wants to be a minister, he can. I have the executive authority of this department. Everything that I've done is within line. I expect him to tell me, on this act, you are out of line. On that act, you are out of line. We are trying here. The staff are trying. But Rami Chweni is the one thing I've not answered. He's more than just an artist. We should not pigeonhole people in saying she's only an artist. What is she doing here? She should be better served there. We live in a world where people have more than one skill. I'm an author, a best-selling author. I was a successful entrepreneur. I'm now a successful politician. So you can't pigeonhole a person into one. Somebody in the publishing world will say Caton McKenzie is one of the few people that sold more than 1 million books in his lifetime. Another one will say he's a good politician. So I think Rami Chweni has got so much talent. I speak to her, I hear what she tells me, and I'm so proud that she was willing to serve on this board, Honorable Chair. So there's nothing to do with, and also with Wilma Botha. The question was asked, is she related to Eugene Botha, the chair of the NEC? Yes, she is. She is the mother of Eugene Botha, and I can assure this August committee that when she brought a CV, she never mentioned Eugene once on that CV. She came with her own CV as a woman in her own right, with her own qualifications, and we looked at her through those qualifications. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Oh yeah, sorry Chair, please. The issue that was also raised by yourself and other members is the minister is always in a hurry. The minister, you know, Chair, maybe it's a good time for me to answer this. I must answer this, Chair. I was today supposed to speak at SACO. I was the keynote speaker. I agreed, prior to me knowing there's going to be a portfolio committee, I agreed months ago that I will be the keynote speaker today. with an international audience. But I value the work of this committee and my responsibility so much that I had to send a letter of apology, because for me it was important to be here. And for me, I had to send the DG to say, please go and read my speech there, because I have to be at this committee. So it's not arrogance or whatever. I'm on the select committee today. Honorable Fanny was asking me to not go off because he's got questions to ask. I then said, I promised the chair on the other portfolio committee, it is still on. From here, I'm going to Honorable Fanny, my staff is already showing me. So I'm just saying it must never be seen as me being arrogant. I want to work with the committee, but I can send you my diary to say it's not an unwillingness on my part. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see a number of other hands, but I'm going to deal with the department as well as the Robben Island Museum as well to respond to those. Before I'm going to give members.
Chairperson, before that, no, Chairperson, before that, no. It can't be correct that every time the minister will come in, we ask questions, he will not respond to those questions, and from that point, I'm not sure what is he trying to do, or in some of the way he's trying to respond to questions, what is he trying to generally achieve out of it, Chairperson? Chairperson, we have asked an issue of conflict of interest, and we have raised and we've asked what does the minister understand from it, and we have painted a scenario. In this meeting, the minister is saying to us that Ms. Petra is the mother of Mr. Bota, who's the chairperson of NACA, whose wife is in the office of the minister. Just for argument's sake, Chairperson, the co-founder of Patriotic Alliance was part of the panel that appointed these boards. Now, do you want to tell us that we are being told a joke that we cannot engage in the name that the minister must then leave? Rather, unless you are saying to me, Chairperson, there are two things that we must agree on here. Either we are going to pause this thing of a panel so that we re-engage on this matter, because it cannot be always that the minister will come in here in a hurry, jiggy wants to leave the meeting. It cannot be correct. Rather have a physical meeting and discuss this matter. Because what the minister is saying now is totally a joke, Chairperson, and it boils back to the issue of his understanding of transparency and conflict of interest, because that is pure conflict of interest.
Honourable Chair.
Yeah, Honourable Khabo, Minister, just give me an opportunity. Members have asked direct questions to the minister. I have given the minister an opportunity to respond to that. What I've communicated, Honourable Khabo, was I saw another few hands coming up. But there are still questions asked by Honourable Molatani, Potgieter, Mtetwa, as well as yourself to the department. I want the department to respond to that, unless you would want me to park and have a rebuttal on what the minister has said. We must remember here, honourable members, we are dealing with a World Heritage Site. And it is high time that we, both this department and this committee and the entities, we have to have serious consideration as to when and how are we going to professionalize the heritage sector in order to ensure effective preservation of the sector. I have given the minister an opportunity. Unless, Honourable Khabo, you want to ask a follow-up question on the same issue, then I'm going to allow that. But with that said, there are other members, Honourable Magata has mentioned, also an issue, a very important issue, that I want at the end of this meeting, that this recommendation by RIM itself must be flagged, because there's a serious issue mentioned here on the, should I say, relationship with RIM and Public Works, which we have a serious consideration to make or decision to make in terms of that. The minister has responded. Now I'm going to make the following ruling. Is there anyone want to ask a follow-up question on what the minister has responded? That's the first ruling. I think it's more than right that I have to do in terms of what you mentioned, Honorable Khabu. If that is in order, if there's follow-up questions on the issues that the minister has raised, then I'm going to ask those members to ask follow-up questions only to raise their hands to ask follow-up questions on what the minister has said. Then I'm going to give the minister again an opportunity to respond to those follow-up questions, bearing in mind that there are still issues pertaining to Honorable Molotani, Potgieter, Mtetwa, Makgata, and yourself, Honorable Khabu, that has been asked. So I want to bring or give justice to this program in terms of questions being asked and questions being answered. That is what I would like to do. So I'm going to now give an opportunity. I take it for granted the names and the members' hands that has been raised. I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask a follow-up question on what the minister has responded. If that is finished, I will give again an opportunity to the department, to RIM, to respond on other outstanding questions. I will end this meeting with the flight of the recommendations of the, I almost want to say, so-called appeal by the RIM as far as intervention between us and Public Works is concerned. And I think another entity has been mentioned by the professor. So I'm going to start with you, Honorable Khabu, on a follow-up questions. Questions on what the minister has said, and then I'm going to give Honorable Molotani, Honorable Nkosi in that order, Honorable Potgieter, and Honorable Mtetwa, and then Honorable Mutambi, followed by Honorable Mataung. Honorable Khabu.
Chairperson, the reason why I barged in is because I've painted a scenario which then responds or is linked to the issue that I raised earlier on in terms of conflict of interest and the transparency. And my issue was that the minister had never responded to. That's why at the same breath, I had said to you that, Chairperson, instead of us holding the process at ransom of engaging RIMS, let's agree that this engagement on the appointments and appointment of boards and councils would have to have an agent separate engagement on it, Chairperson. Not that I wanted to stop the process of engaging. So my issue was that I had not responded on it, so I will not have any follow-up, but I will still stick to my recommendation that there is a serious need to engage the minister on this matter.
I hear you, Honorable Khabu, but at some time we also as a committee must come together and receive some sort of direction from the PC in terms of our secretary, in terms of our work. I got you. I got you there. Let us follow that procedure in terms of a follow-up question on what the minister has said. And remember, honorable members, there are still very, very important other related governance questions that has been raised by you, which this committee needs a response also to do a recommendation on that. Honorable, can you go in that order? I have just called the numbers now. I think it was Honorable Molotani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think on the first one, I will support Honorable Khabu that this matter of the panel and so forth will have to engage it separately and have a meeting regarding it. Because every time when there's a PC meeting, we end up not finishing issues because of time, Chairperson. My question again will be on the issue of the foreign national. The issue of the foreign national, we learned about it last year when RIM was here to do the presentation. And the very same answer that Minister has just gave us now, that he will go and check and get the report regarding that. It was the same answer that we received last year regarding the issue of this foreign national who has been employed at Robben Island. And Minister, let me make things to be easy. The person doesn't bring any scarce skill that we don't have in the country. He only bringing an ordinary skill that we have lot of that skill in the country just to be a manager. All of us, we have so many people in the country who can be managers. That's the second thing. I think we need to close this issue of RIM regarding this foreign national. The last one, Minister, is the appointment of 2 members in the board. is the appointment of 2 members in the board, the chairperson of the board, as well as Dr. Nolita, who were previously also in the same board. I'm still asking myself, how did they end up being appointed again? Because in the past term, they failed. One, the annual report was not submitted in time to the auditors general. Number 2, the issue of the CFO, where they failed to do the checkups. How did those 2 professor as well as Dr. Nolita get appointed again, whereas they failed twice? Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, members, okay, I just say the following again. In terms of the issue of national interest on the other side that the minister have to address, I'm not too sure. I see the minister is still in this meeting. Are we going to give the minister an opportunity to respond now or in writing, or will the minister inform us as to whether he can just prolong a while the meeting that he is supposed to have, just to give everyone a fair opportunity pertaining to this? Minister.
Honorable Chair, I think this issue, I think is a really issue that doesn't need writing. It's an issue that I see members feel strongly about. So I would ask with great respect that the department answers the other questions, and you, Honorable Chairperson, give me a date, then I must come back. Whether it's tomorrow or it's next week, I will abide by that date to answer all those questions, to us to continue to satisfy the committee regarding that. Just the one question was quickly added here and I just want to answer the last 2 because of honestly time constraints and promising I'll come back. The issue of the illegal foreigner, Chairperson, I'm known in this country as the person that's one of the leaders when it comes to fighting illegal immigration. I can assure Honorable Bulethani that I was told, I just have the report now in front of me, where my first communique I sent out to the department was, is there illegal foreigners working in this department? Is there foreigners working in this department without a special skill? And I was told none. I have the report here. I'll send it to you, Honorable Chair. So I'm going to follow up with that because I was given a report, and the report said none. And I'll share this report with the committee, that I agree with the committee as far as that is concerned. And I promise the committee that I'll come back and we can deal with this issue of conflict of interest.
Okay, let's do this. I think we had a meeting cancelled already Friday. If we can come back, but Friday is also plenaries, and the chair of chairs normally don't want to agree on meetings, but really there is a need, and I would personally think that we have this meeting in person when it comes to the serious nature of issues members are mentioning here now today. Unless we resolute in that fashion, and then we go on with this meeting, and we decide perhaps when are we going to get together. But the meeting must be, I would suggest that the meeting must be in person.
Chair, I can just check. We can just after this meeting, Chair, just coordinate a date, and I will present myself to the committee. I just want to make sure that there's not another scheduled government appointment, which I'll always give the portfolio committee preference. But immediately after this meeting, Chair, my office will be in touch with your office, and they can then schedule a date if that is fine with you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you. Then, members, we are going to proceed in that fashion. What cannot be answered now by the minister will then be put in question on paper, and we will have a discussion between the 2 officers on a date where we will see whatever meeting we can cancel and get together in person with the minister for this particular issue at hand. I'm going to give Honorable Nkosi
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, the Minister and my colleagues, all members present in the platform. Chair, one, I think you must support the previous speakers with regards to the panel, that we need to have a meeting again with regards to that. Second to that, Chair, on the issue of the foreign nationals, as the Minister indicated that he will submit that report to us, I think we need to see that report, because indeed, if you are hiring such a person, he was correct that they must look at the scarce skills, probably he's possessing that. If not, we need to be clarified as to why. Chair, on other issues, I think my colleagues have raised them, but I want to request the Minister, as he requested us, that we must make sure that we give the great respect to him, or with the great respect that is requesting that the department must respond. We also want to say, the Minister, he said when he speaks, not arrogant. He's arrogant because we are a portfolio committee here. We are entitled to make sure that if things we don't see them the way the Minister is seeing, we at liberty to answer, to question the Minister. And by so doing, we are not raising those issues because we are ANC members. The statement that is made by the Minister that he cannot be told by ANC members as to whom must he appoint or not, I don't think that the statement is right, Chair, because we are playing an oversight here. If things we see things the other way around, we have the right to ask the Minister. So the Minister must stop being arrogant, because he's saying he's not arrogant, but the way he responded in some of the questions, he's arrogant. Lastly, Chair, on the issue of leaving the meeting now, I think, Chair, earlier on, Mtetwa raised that, Honorable Mtetwa raised that. The Minister knows very well that on Tuesdays it's our sitting as the portfolio committee, and he must know that if he's in a meeting, we want to be with him, because most of the time he's not around in our meetings. And he even said that he can give us the diary so that we can see how busy he is. But no, we don't want that, Chair. This meeting is scheduled, and we wanted to request the Minister to respect us on that one. This meeting is sitting every Tuesday. He must not decide that he will leave us and come, as if he didn't know that we are having this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think what you've said, Honourable Member, it boils down that we have to have a respectful dialogue, and I would appeal to members and everyone to do just that. But on a lighter note, let me remind us members, remember when this issue came up of the foreigners, it was a representative in this very same meeting, Wood Rim, that asked that question. And as the chairperson, I recall it like yesterday, I have requested that person to go ask these things between and amongst themselves outside the forum of this meeting. And here we are today, where we are today because of what has happened that particular day. I refer to that meeting, I said, you cannot come here with Robben Island Museum and ask that question. There isn't there a platform elsewhere. Now we are sitting with all these eggs that are boiling now. Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Mutambi, and then we have to wrap it up, members, that we have 35 minutes left before entering into another meeting. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I'd really just like to touch on a follow-up meeting. I did send a letter to your office on the 14th of October requesting that we hold such a meeting where the panel composition, etc., was explained. The Minister has provided responses, and he's already given us his responses in this meeting. But to be honest, it's not really about who people vote for. I don't think any of us are concerned about that. The fact of the matter is, we have an MGE panel where they had to be pushed 2 or 3 times to admit to the fact that they had any political involvement. The second issue is that they, in some cases, have omitted this from their CV, so it appears as if there's a 4 or 5 year gap in their employment history. It is not illogical to assume that the committee is going to ask for the criteria used to select these persons, particularly when the minister leads the political party where they are actively involved, not just vote for, they are employed by. It cannot be that we sit on this committee meeting and then we're told that we're asking unreasonable requests. We have still yet to receive, the list of successful applicants so that we can actually verify them. If you search the current council, you cannot verify half of these applicants. It's why I've specifically requested documentation showing their governance, history or specifications, their professional qualifications, and exactly what gives them a head or hand up above everybody else in order to sit on these particular panels. So if we are going to have such a meeting, I would ask that we be given concise and formal responses to these questions, because otherwise we're going to keep going around in circles the way we have been. It's not about people's affiliation, it's about their active involvement and the issues that we've had in this country with cadre deployment. This has been heard by the courts over and over again, and it is one of the systematic breakdowns in the government at the moment. So if the minister can please provide us with responses to our questions, not throwing back the accountability at us all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a fair request, Honourable Potgieter. The PC Secretary, please take note. And it is therefore, for me, a greater reason that the meeting will not be able to happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We must prepare thoroughly for this. Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. May I firstly state that the notice of the meeting states from 9 to 1. From 9 to 1. So we're still within our time. Secondly, Chair, I take serious reservation. You gave me a very short time when I had asked a direct question to the minister, and instead of the minister responding to my direct question, he wobbled around that, and he becomes personal. And this is not the first time. I will remind you again that even during the budget speech, when I was making a speech about his son having acquired the football club, he raised an issue of my daughter having received a bursary. Yet I've never raised the issue of him committing crime through heist. He's lacking respect towards me because he's got this personal hatred against the FF. He mustn't be blindfolded by that. I'm not an amateur. I'm not here to represent the political ideologies. I'm here to hold him accountable. And when I ask with clear direction and understanding of what I want to get out of him. I did remind him of the act, corrected him about the act of secondment of CEOs before when he quoted the wrong act. But he forgets that, and then he starts attacking me directly. I'm not going to take that in kind. Chair, the department's presentation on composition of the board, listen to this. It says the minister appointed an internal selection panel consisting of Dr. Cynthia Khumalo, chairperson, Mr. Ivan Langeveld, and Ms. Charles Cilliers. This is not a political appointment. This is now Mr. Charles Cilliers acting in the administrative space to become a panel, a member of cabinet. So he mustn't come here and tell us lies and tell us something that he can't stand for. We know the facts. We don't ask questions because we really want to know. We ask questions knowing what are the answers to that. I have always engaged respectfully. You know that I always engage respectfully. And when I said the minister, he's now responding to me saying that if I want to be a minister, I mustn't tell him that. He didn't even get my submission to that. I said, if he's got too much on his plate, then there must be the second minister, because we often are here as portfolio committee with no minister to answer, with no deputy minister to answer. Today we don't have director general. He juggles around. He goes around touring. We don't know why he was in international traveling traveling internationally at the behest of the president. We don't know whether he was traveling around there because of this portfolio, or it was something else. If the president sees no value in him sitting and accounting before the committee, then he must find another minister. The president must find another minister. So he mustn't come and tell us and talk. In fact, I'm going to be very rude now when it continues to do this. And I'm saying, here's the proof here. Mr. Charles Cilliers presided over the appointment process of this board that we're talking about. What is that? Is that a political appointment? Please, Chair. Please, Chair, I think I want to agree also with the issue of that. I was going to say ad hoc committee. I think we are becoming very popular with ad hoc committees. We need to have indeed a sitting where the minister must come and account and tell us what is it that will make him prioritize this particular committee. Because it's either he's traveling abroad, we don't know what program is it, he's doing things, certain things, there's a trend. What Khabo is saying, what Honorable Khabo is saying, there's a trend in him appointing. He headhunted where, Chairperson? How do you headhunt the chairperson of the board when the process is supposed to be transparent, where the public is, you issue an invitation to the public to nominate, but you go and headhunt a board member? What is that? Which one is which? That's not a transparent process. When you headhunt, you are not the authority to do so. Please, Minister, please respect me if you want me to respect you.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. Noted. I have indicated that we have less than 35 minutes to enter into another meeting, meaning that we still have time, as you indicated, up until 1 o'clock. But surely we will create this opportunity to meet personally with the Minister to deal with all of these issues. Honorable Mutambi.
Sorry, Chair. Just to qualify one thing, that statement, in effect, the minister lied to Parliament because he said his son bought the club with his money. There is a podcast interview in public where his son says, I don't have money, it's my father's money. So please.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. The Honorable Mutambi. Please
unmute. Sorry, Chair. My apologies. I was trying to unmute. Yeah, the matter of interest for me that I want the minister's comment on is the issue around preserving the island with its World Heritage Site status with regard to the issue of the infrastructure issues that I've raised. I want the minister's comments to say, is he engaging his counterpart in public works so that he must have a similar understanding like he does? And then if not, because in our next meeting, when we are going to meet as a portfolio committee to discuss the issue of infrastructure with public works, it's not only Robben Island. You look at the Sarabadman matter as well. So I just wanted to get assurance from the minister whether he's engaging, and then what is the outlook on that one. Secondly, I raised the issues of families that used to go to Robben Island to marry, and then it has been stopped. I wanted to understand his political understanding of this and the implication of this. That's the two questions that I asked that I feel they are not responded to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Mtambo. And we are definitely, I think one of the recommendations must be, there must be a meeting between the minister and its counterparts pertaining to the management and of preservation of this particular site. I'm going to give an opportunity to the Department Sports, Arts and Culture, crisp 5-10 minutes, and then 10 minutes for RIM to respond on some of the other questions being asked. Then, if the RIM is finished, I want them to flight their presentation on the very last page on that recommendation as well. The Department.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I will not go to the questions which were Minister dealt with, but there was, and just to confirm the issue of Drakenstein that indeed, and I think we'll await for the engagement on that one with the Iziko Museum to account. The other issue that was asked by Honorable Potgieter was in terms of the audit outcome, as indicated in the slide. Chair, that was the audit outcome for RIM, not for the department, and we indicated that at the time of submission of the report, the audit had not been completed for Robben Island, and I think I will leave it to to Chairperson of Council to actually give an update in that regard. The detailed report to RIM projects, and is the information that will have to be consolidated and be submitted to the committee. I think, Chair, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just looking at other questions which relate to the Robben Island. I think the issue of infrastructure as well. Have my colleague, Ms. Pempen Masu, who is responsible for infrastructure, in relation to the engagement with the Department of Public Works, and also other issues it can be them. Chair, I think one other from Honorable Muthetwa was to supply the list of the number of colored people that have been employed before and after the minister's term. So I think that's the information that we have to engage with the island to collate and submit as well to the committee. I'm trying to look where I was writing, and I think most of the questions I will ask the Robben Island to deal with. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, the issue of the condition of the statues raised by Honorable Khabu is also concerning. If they can respond to that, then there's an issue also raised on skills and the skills requirement from both Honorable Muthetwa and Honorable Potgieter. Also an issue of an implementation plan, a project implementation plan. And there was an issue raised on an audit outcome pertaining to pending a audit pending a particular outcome. That issue was also raised, and the issue by Honorable Makgata pertaining to the public works. Before we're going to engage as a committee with public works, I think there is a necessity for you to make mention whether there was any engagement of any kind with any of those other role players pertaining to the developments and that is currently happening on the site there.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask Ms. Pempen Mazu to respond?
Please do. Please unmute.
Sorry, Chair.
Please proceed.
No, thank you very much. I'm not sure if Ms. Mazu is on the platform. I'm not aware of that. But fortunately, what the chair raises falls in the domain of my substantive position as the Chief Director for Infrastructure in the department. Chair, there has been several meetings with Public Works, and the intention really is not to compromise our counterparts here, but we're in a body that plays an oversight and a body that must know problems if there are problems, so that we are held accountable and the body sees how best can we then be assisted in that regard. And that's why also I've made those specific recommendations. Chair, broadly, there has to be what we call a tripartite agreement between ourselves. Service level agreement between ourselves and Public Works as a department, but a tripartite agreement in relation to Robben Island Museum, primarily because of Public Works as an obligation, as I've indicated, Chair, regarding issues of facilities management and so on. Notwithstanding the existence of that, as well as what the agreement says should exist in a form of structures that must ensure that the agreement is effected accordingly. Chair, my screen has just went blank now. Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, my screen just went blank, but fortunately the mic is on. It did this problem earlier on. So there is a steering committee, Chair, which is supposed to be constituted by 3 parties at a high level to play an oversight role in terms of the work of everybody in relation to the island. There is also what we call a management committee, which looks broadly at progress and expenditure on the reports, and there's what we call operational committees, which we can call technical committees now, to work together on the sites in relation to all these projects, irrespective of the fact that Public Works would have been the contracting party. But fact is that Robben Island is here every day. Now, part of the challenges, Chair, that we are faced with, of course, is not also being able to hold accountable people who would have been appointed by Public Works on site, and as and when we pick up problems, because we are there all the time. And when we communicate with Public Works, it becomes a very long chain, and it affects the rate of delivery. But also, Chair, you ask me now to say, Lebogang, you spoke about 140 plus million for committed by Public Works through the TFMC. What exactly are the services that Public Works are going to offer here? It is exactly, Chair, what we have been looking for. We know, and certain things we do second guess. In some instances, including one example which I indicated of the main house now to be converted into a guest house, before we even arrive at the point of it being worked on the inside. A simple thing like a painting, we're told that it's not a maintenance project, but it's a facility, it's a capital project until we got our way, Chair. I made an example of the solar plant and so on. But broadly, even with Sarah Bartman, Chair, we spoke extensively about Sarah Bartman. We came to the committee, we spoke about also the relations, and it became evident in the diagnosis of the committee as well as ours that to a very large extent Public Works as an implementing agent has caused significant delays, and we could not even understand when we requested that the project can be brought to us as DSAG and we implement it ourselves. Unfortunately, that request was specifically declined, but there's no progress. So yes, it's a relationship that is there of love and hate. We meet with them at their convenience often, not at the requirements and the convenience of the projects that are supposed to be implemented. Thank you, Chair. So that's basically the challenge.
Thank you. There's also an issue, clarification by Honorable Khabo pertaining to the project on refurbishment. He wanted to know what is the name of the project, what is it called, and perhaps also who is responsible, which company is responsible for that.
Okay, Chair. Honorable Khabo was asking, it's those projects under the built environment, the 30-something million in the presentation. But the first one, Chair, the work that we are going to do in the interior, in the restoration of the interior of the guest house, issues of installation, issues of furniture, issues of major repairs, including replacements of the old bulbs and everything and so on. in that specific guest house, we had appointed a company chair called Lebutebu. And then there's another one, the restoration of the JC Hall. And JC Hall is important, Chair, because it is opposite to the church that Honorable Mutambi was asking about, to say, previously you had weddings, why do you not have weddings anymore? It is our appetite, Chair, to see if we cannot get that church operating once again, because once there's a wedding within the church, the next thing would be a reception, and to avoid the cost of having to set up marquees and so on, JC Hall would come handy in that regard, Chair. So JC Hall is one of the projects that are in the second contract, and that contract includes JC Hall, maximum security prison hall, as well as house number 85, which is currently also under construction. And the contractor in that regard is Liteka Construction. And the last one, Chairperson, it's the one that we also presented of the landing strip. And I think the cost there is around 7 million. The company appointed in that regard, it's Petoski. And of course, Chair, in terms of the labor that has been assigned or that is employed in this project, we are also doing our own audit just to try and establish, is that the person that I'd assigned got sick, to try and verify with each and every single person who is there, are they South African, or how many of those are South Africans, and so on. So those are the projects, Chair. But I should indicate, because once we speak about one asset, Chairperson, like the guest house, and the presentation already indicated that there's some work that has been completed in terms of refurbishment. Primarily the work that has been done there in the main would be painting, Chairperson, as well as the landscaping that is underway. But Chairperson would know that when you have an intention to bring a facility to become a guest house, there are competent authorities that are established for that purpose, to make an assessment, but also to advise even before you convert or you repurpose any structure into a guest house, all the types of things that are required and so on. So the works that we are doing under these specific projects, Chairperson, would, among others, of course, include these specific things that are mandatory and required for us to meet the requirements and the norms and standards of the guest house. And that is, of course, additional to what has been done by Public Works. Our dilemma, Chairperson, I spoke about not being able to get the scope of services and so on. Over and above that, even these specific works that have been done, as well as their costing, understanding very well that we have to account elsewhere, because people see these things as Robben Island projects. It has been one of our challenges. And these are, of course, types of the things that maybe would have to be dealt with. We do not have that information. It is going to be an effort on our side to try and get it. And I think we will also use the fact that it has been raised in the portfolio committee as something that carries weight, and that will pressurize them to release that kind of information. And that applies across these two categories of the projects, because the helipad one, it's a standalone, Chair. So that is basically the situation as is now, as far as that question of Honorable Khabo is concerned. Chair, can I quickly speak also to the one that was raised by Honorable Mutambi with regard to the restaurant and raising concern about the budget?
Yeah, please, but please add to that. In his presentation, Honorable Khabo also mentioned the restaurants and other developments that might result to us in a money-making business, also creating jobs, workers, etc. How do you see, and I think simultaneously you spoke about variation orders. How do you see any variation orders in this particular project of 150 million? Because you might by now know that it has become a tendency. We've seen that all over the show, in all sisters projects throughout the country when it comes to these kind of archives, monuments, where variation orders is actually the order of the day.
Yeah. No, indeed, Chair, we even have a classical example of that in the name of Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance. No, Chair, the issue of the 150 million, it's an issue that we got a bit confused because Chair would remember that when I made that presentation and showed the amount of the projects that were still to implement, not those ones that we have completed, we're speaking about 40-something million. But our suspicion was that the 150 million may have been derived from this total facility management contract of public works that appointed a specific service provider to deal with restoration and maintenance of the infrastructure that is on Robben Island. Hence, it is called rejuvenation. And this is a question, of course, that ordinarily we should be able to answer it with ease, Chair. If we had an information and we have indicated what has been the dilemma with working together with those specific service providers appointed by DPWI, and to a certain extent also by dilemma with DPWI itself not submitting this information. So that is the situation, and that recommendation, and I'm glad, Chairperson, that one senses that committee will consider calling public works together with ourselves, and these questions would be asked, including the issue of the 150 million. Of course, it's 140 something, but we round it to 150, and then we come out clear on those specific matters. And I think that's where, Chair, I can end. But I wanted to speak to the restaurant issue. We indicated zero with regard to restaurant. We indicated zero with regard to the golf course, because the procurement strategy we intend to pursue, Chairperson, it's that one of build, operate and manage. REM may not be able in the immediate to afford revitalization of these facilities, but it does not mean that if REM does not have money, REM cannot come up with other procurement methods allowed to within the public procurement system of our government. Hence, we are considering those options. We are not yet there, Chair. We are still at the planning stage, and ultimately, an appropriate procurement strategy would then be defined. But what we know for certain is that they will not necessarily be funded with REM's money, as it is the case with the coffee shop that will be operating very soon. I don't know, Chair, if I should proceed to other questions.
Yes, please do. There's still many outstanding, especially from REM's side. I'm not too sure whether Professor Cooper also would like to respond. We have less than 7 minutes left, and then I still want us to flight the recommendations part.
Sure.
I think Prof also mentioned 3 role players. It was the Department of Public Works, and it was
Forestry, Fisheries and
Forestry.
Environment.
Yes.
Yes. Chairperson, when I said RIM is a contested terrain, I'm pleased that the honourable members are seized with the issues as they have been. I find it invidious to justify my own position, and therefore an abbreviated CV will be sent, which is a good few pages. But I want to also to say, please, I need you to chair this entity because of the problematics associated with terrain and with contestation and some of the noise. I'm not going to repeat any of that, but when the current minister approached me, it was to serve as the chair. as well. Yes, that's why in my opening remarks I pointed out very frankly what the situation was. The perennial problem with entities like Robben Island is ownership, and I think it's appropriate to share with you the plan that Council is looking at currently on an annual calendar so that you can see what is being planned. In terms of small issues that have been raised, but important ones, like Honorable Mutambi raised, we tried to reinstitute the weddings and it was shut down previously. This current council is looking at all avenues to open Robben Island as a true space for a variety of purposes, while ensuring that what's happened in the last 3.5 years continues, and that is that South Africans are the leading visitors to Robben Island. Unlike any other country, Robben Island is now visited by South Africans as it should be. I want to say that when I saw the list of the persons who were my council members, I looked at their CVs. And I just want to disabuse anybody here. I'm pleased that the minister has responded by saying who is a member of the PA. But in my book, Chairperson, when the department presented, there's so many Indians, there's so many this, there's so many that, and so on. And I come from a tradition where we look at our common humanity. Our biology is the same. Ons is dieselfde, siyafana. But everywhere we have the categorization. And actually, I also have, just for the record, so that everyone is clear, I don't class myself as an Indian. And I class myself as a South African. I would use another word for this country. I'm also not, to remind the minister, a formal member of the Pan-Africanist background, but I share that which I did with Steve Biko from 1969. I've known all the presidents in different ways. I've spent 5.5 years in this, 5 years in the same cell block with Madiba. I was arrested on the 25th of September 1974 with the current president. And there the similarity ends. I don't hold card-carrying membership of any entity, but I am a Black consciousness person. I'm an Africanist, and above all, I'm a humanist. I will send that CV so that members can make any objective requirement they may want to. But I want to also point out that certain issues were responded to, like the foreign nationals. And I want to just point out that 3 persons were employed. 14, I'll give you the exact dates, 14 years, 20 years, and 23 years ago. All are naturalized South Africans, one from Zimbabwe, one from Tanzania, and one from Burundi. Now, Robben Island, and I've said this in the portfolio committee sessions, that the way government does business, it precludes local persons from being employed. And what the department did, and I'm saying it here on the record, the previous ministers agreed not to have a total facilities management company because it enriches Fat Cat sitting somewhere else and precludes job creation. It is well known that the Western Cape has had artisans which we've tended to lose over time because people have left. Why do we need to go to the department and not to the contractor whose SLAs and whose contract we don't know, and members have raised the place is not clean, etc., etc. That's what Public Works is supposed to do. But we end up doing it, and I pointed out that this executive authority department has stepped in where those departments have not. And the World Heritage Mark is held by DFFE. This minister is engaging with the Minister for, what do we call it, military veterans and so on a conjoint process which we already began with the Navy. We've done a serious assessment of all the transportation modes and the security on the island. And I will not jeopardize Robben Island by stating certain issues which are actively being pursued criminally and also being followed by in a civil in civil court, which Robben Island has to do. And Chairperson, the CFO came in, yes, under our watch. There's consequences for that. They will pan out. The High Court has upheld our decision to dismiss that person for fraudulent misrepresentation of his minimum requirements. And I won't go into any more details because they involve certain other persons. Also, Robben Island has reviewed the old way of doing business. You have a chief of this, chief of that, chief of that, chief of that, without playing any race or other category card. There's too many chiefs and not enough Indians who are actually experts in their areas and need to be employed. We don't have dedicated fellows in the different epochs. We don't have resident scholars. We don't have the ability to translate Robben Island to children, for instance, and we are opening our doors to children. We need to rethink that. Part of the plans, when we came in, in December 16, we opened up Robben Island. We were criticized by political persons. We're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. And that goes with part of being in this terrain. At this stage in life, Chairperson, I have no problem in saying every single council member who's been in my current term, the inaugural meeting, which was a joint meeting with the department, unheard of before, and the last meeting on the 25th, we came out with clear directions, right? And I'm amazed that when you look at a CV, and then you say somebody is an X and somebody is a Y, we're not looking at the quality that people bring. I frankly don't care who is ANC, who is not. I don't care who is PAC, or who is not, or Black consciousness or whatever. It's the quality that those persons bring, and the ability to argue their case with respect and dignity. And that, Chair, I'm seeing. I may be wrong in what I'm seeing right now, but nobody has pushed a narrow political or other agenda. And the notorious Anon, who fills our spaces, writing anonymous, faceless attacks on people, and you've experienced some of that, will continue. But it is not true that Robben Island is where it was 3 years ago. It's moved to the next level. And watch that space, I already said, and I'm going to commit ourselves to it. By the end of this year, you will see certain plans and certain calendars which were adopted prior to the 30th anniversary of democracy, but they weren't implemented. Now, some of those will be implemented, and we cannot be stuck with executives, extended executives, management, extended management, and so on. And that's why we're taking full advantage of the interim CEO, whose expertise in infrastructure is there, because it was not attended to from the time it was declared a national heritage site. It's now declared that, and regular and routine maintenance is taking place, and we're going to change the guiding internally, intergenerationally. You'll see that. There are many other tours that are there, which were reported on previously about 4 years ago, and it just started and stopped. There's sunrise, there's sunset cruises that we have. We are underperforming, Chairperson. We should be having 2,000 a day on Robben Island, which we are permitted to have. And because
Professor
of some
Cooper,
of them, we are not.
My apologies. I hate to do this. I would love to listen more to you, but I would want you to just flight the very last page of the recommendations.
Maybe the Secretariat can do that to save problems, Chairperson?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Can they fly that together? I would like members to take specific note of those recommendations. But what I would want to have is the following. If we perhaps, Prof, can have the 16 December meeting where the directions have been discussed, if we can have that as a committee for perusal. But alongside, you can flight, Mr. Morakwe.
Mr. ICEO, please flight on your side. Or maybe the Portfolio Secretariat can do it, Chairperson, to make it easier, because he was having connectivity difficulties before. And as I say, I'm in Lagos right now.
My apologies. Let me just go in here. Can they fly direct?
Mr. Mukhwara has a sharing rights chair. He can flight it. He was flighting a chair.
I'm trying to get there. Thanks. Sorry about the chair.
No, that's fine.
Chair, can I request? I think it's.
Yeah, we're out of time. If they can fly, but let's do this. If they struggle to do that, that very last page on the recommendations, I would like, if it's possible, that we get a list and perhaps minutes or conversations or meetings or rather held with both the Fishery Department as well as the DPSA, so that members can, equip themselves with the knowledge on what kind of engagement that was. So when the times deems fit that we meet as a collective all together to have discussions on the potential this heritage site has. I think, yes, recommendations. It said that the PC considered to convene those two meetings to get clarity of the scope of services. Perhaps if we from our side or from the department side already asked that scope of service, we know that some are just like been said earlier, implementing agents, so that we can have that scope, so that when we are doing our oversight or having this kind of discussions, that we already know how and when to zoom into these particular issues. But I don't see forestries also in here. We should bring that in as well. And perhaps pertaining to this recommendations on this very last page, that we as a committee also require from RIM to give us the challenges that they have with both two departments, includes forestry as well as the Department of TPSA, if that is in order with us. And then in the meantime, let me just see, just a second. Yeah, that is the last page. If we can just add that RIM supply us with the necessary information, and then we will take it as one of the recommendations by this committee, that this committee will then start and engage, and for order for us to, one, protect and professionalize the heritage site, it is important for us to engage in this fashion, if that is fine with all of us.
We commit to that, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Molotane, I have seen a very last hand. We're 4 minutes over. Can you?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to check with this acting CEO. There's a building there old tronc. That's how they call it. I am not sure, do they have any, are they going to renovate that old tronc anytime soon? Because it also has the history as the same as this new one. Are they going to renovate that old tronc so that it can also be part of a tourist attraction at the island? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that. I would also ask that they reply on that to us in writing. Then also some sort of a report. I have made a note in the chat room pertaining to windmills. It's very windy on that island, and it seems from the look of things, I'm not an expert on this, but from the look of things, it seems that there is potential for windmills. Perhaps a report on that. And like the professor has said, it seems that we are actually for quite over this years sitting on a mine gold, and we have to explore all of these avenues. Honorable members, with that said, I will now declare this meeting then as closed. Thank you for your presence in this meeting. Thank you for your contributions, and we will inform members accordingly on developments and changes and also plans pertaining to meet with the minister. I thank you so much. I declare this meeting as adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and enjoy your day further.
Thanks. Bye.
Honorable members.